Hari Bhakta Sangha Pitaiva Tekte Bhajata Sadeva Vande Guru Shri Shri Radhika Madhava Yorapara Madhurya Leela Guna Rupana Pratikshana Swadana Vande Guru Shri Charanana Vindam Nikunjayuno Ratikesi Jali Yayali Priyati Apekshaniya Tatrati Dakshanati Vallabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanana Vindam Sakshadaridveno Samasta Shastre Bhuktastata Bhavyata eva shanti Kintu prabho Priya eva tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanana Vindam Yasya Prasada Bhagavan Prasada Yasya Prasada Nagati Kutopi Jayanstu Anstasya Yashastri Sangha
Saradava Nalalita Loka Pranaya Karuna Ganaganatam Bhaktasya Kayana Gunanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvinda Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Varitramajan Sorasena Romanchakamba Sutaranga Bajo Vande Guru Shri Charanarvinda Vigrahara Dhanani Janana Shingaratan Mandira Majanado Yuktasya Bhaktam Janijitopi Vande Guru Vidhasi Bhagavad Prasada Svadvana Chuttan Haribhakta Sanghan Kritvaiva Chittim Vajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Radhika Madhavayoramada Madhuya Lila Guna Rupanama.
So today is my Vyasa puja celebration, and I've been overwhelmed with the outpouring of love from my godbrothers and disciples and other devotees. And I'm remembering a godbrother of mine named Bharadwaj Prabhu. He was actually the first devotee who ever spoke to me. He said that Krishna consciousness is actually just love masquerading as a philosophy. So within all the philosophy, or underneath all the philosophy, or the goal of all the philosophy is love, and I'm just overwhelmed by the exchanges of love here. And I also think of a beautiful statement that Srila Prabhupada made in a letter to a disciple. You cannot survive without my mercy, and I cannot survive without your mercy. This mutual dependence is based on love, Krishna consciousness. So it's been a very humbling and purifying experience, and it has awakened in my heart more love for Srila Prabhupada and for the devotees. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Welcome to everyone to today's Vyasa Puja celebration. My name is Krishna Kirtan Das, and together with Anuradha Dasi from ISKCON West Virginia and Nilamadava Prabhu from ISKCON Houston, we'll be assisting you as the servants of ceremonies in today's Vyasa Puja celebration. We want to humbly and wholeheartedly welcome our Guru Maharaj, His Divine Grace Srila Giriraj Swami, to today's celebration. So welcome, Guru Maharaj. And at this point, I would like to ask Bhaktidas Prabhu to Galan Guru Maharaj before we begin the program. His Divine Grace Srila Giriraj Swami Maharaj Ki. So Guru Maharaj, we have a very nice group of devotees who have kindly agreed to our invitation to share some Vyasa Puja homages on today's occasion. Without further ado, I would like to welcome our first special guest speaker who has kindly agreed to come on today's occasion to speak with you and with us, and that's Krishna Chandra Prabhu from ISKCON Chowpatty Congregational Group. Krishna Chandra Prabhu is known to everyone. He doesn't need any introduction, but still, a couple of words. He's a driving force for the congregational development of ISKCON Chowpatty. He has been guiding, counseling married couples, grihastas, a lot for so many years. But most importantly for me, he is the chairman of the Bhaktivedanta Hospital and the Bhaktivedanta Hospice, which Kumaraj was very instrumental in establishing in its development. So we kindly and humbly request Krishna Chandra Prabhu to unmute and share his realizations today with us. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Am I audible, Prabhu?
Yes.
Dearest Giriraj Maharaj, please accept my obeisances at your lotus feet, all glories to Prabhupada. I am overwhelmed and honored that I have the opportunity to be able to speak a few words on this very special occasion. Maharaj, you have been the very, very first person who ever introduced me to ISKCON. Even though I came from a pious background, I had never, and my sister and brother-in-law were actually, Srinathji Prabhu and Maithili Priya Mataji were actually part of ISKCON, but I had no idea what ISKCON was. You were the very first person who actually planted the seed. I just recently came across the letter which you made me a life member. That was on 25th March 1980. So it was 6 years before I actually took initiation. But that was the first time I ever got a chance to understand what ISKCON was. And I must confess that I didn't really have any interest at that time. And though I have apologized to you in the past many times, I need to say that I was impatient to see that our meeting could end because it was not of any interest to me at that time. I'm so sorry to say that. But when I look back, I see that what really captivated me was that even though you had a chance, you used to come, you were waiting few hours outside my office. You only came to give the Juhu Prasad. You were coming with one Puri Das Prabhu, the French-Canadian brahmachari. And you never preached at that time, just spoke some nice things, and especially the Prasad in that little silver box. And the overwhelming memory that I have is of the sweet, innocent smile, a bit impish, with the dancing eyes behind the spectacles. And later, as I realized that, even though you had complete clarity of thought, but you would always deliberate on whatever anyone spoke. You would be processing whatever information or conversation or talk is being taken place before replying. So never impulsive, always very thoughtful and deliberate way. But it masked a very sharp intelligence. But that it took me many years to realize that. And of course, you're so compassionate and so humble that much later when I realized that that you shared some of your techniques of how you made life members and friends, and especially among the well-to-do class. Among other things, you had mentioned that you would actually, you and some of the brahmacharis would look at some of the foreign cars, which were very few on the roads of India, in Mumbai, and then follow them, you tail them. And I think my father had a Mercedes, which was one of the few cars at that time. So you told me you had also tailed it right up to the gate when it entered our residence. Also, you mentioned that how in all these big offices, the gleaming towers, the new buildings that had come up, you would befriend the security guards and the drivers. Such was the humility. You never discriminated. You would be just getting friends with them and finding out who's the boss and where are they sitting, and then quietly come up and take appointments. So when I realized, I just couldn't imagine how much compassion and humility you had. You had absolutely no issue of ego. The only purpose was to spread Krishna consciousness in the way Srila Prabhupada asked you to. And therefore, it was very obvious to me when later, when I started going to Juhu, that everyone was, especially Sridhar Maharaj and others, and they were all talking that how they said Giriraj was Mumbai and Mumbai was Giriraj. I mean, practically everybody who was anybody as a supporter of ISKCON in Mumbai knew you. They were respecting you and adored you. Whether it was Sada Jivatlal or Kartike Mahadevya, Ramchand Chhabria, Malhotra ji from Wakefield, Mr. R.D. Birla, Kailash Seksaria, so many, all of them. I mean, even years later, when you could not come for visa reasons to Mumbai, whenever they would meet, they would always be talking about you. You represented ISKCON. You really represented Srila Prabhupada's presence in everyone. And it was awesome for me to understand that, to feel, and at the same time, extremely guilty to understand that such was a personality who came all the way, and I didn't even, acknowledge you properly. Just very polite, and and yet you never took care of, never got concerned with that. And also, you were among the key members who, on Prabhupada's request, organized the Cross Maidan festival, where His Holiness Loknath Maharaj and His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj were the first to attend in March of '71. So you were the one who actually gathered all the finance. So you were really the treasurer of that. And also the first Calcutta Pandal program, also you and Tamakrishna Maharaj were asked to go across and all the way and set up that. Also the first Delhi program. So actually it is, for us, it's very difficult to, we can only mentally and intellectually understand this, but to know what the magnitude of what Prabhupada and his disciples, especially the early disciples like you, have done, it is, I think only history will probably be reflecting the true story of what actually has happened hundreds of years later. I remember when I was initiated finally in March 1986 at Juhu, and I came home, and the first thing I did was to call you up at Mauritius, because you at that time could not come to India, just to express my profuse thanks. And and when I was preparing, thinking about today's meeting, I was overwhelmed also by feeling of such deep gratitude that where would I have been if you had not made the trouble of coming and making the first seeds, which really you're so kind enough to do that. Of course, next after '86, then because we were by Krishna's some inconceivable plans, we were out of ISKCON for 7 years. And next I happened to meet you, Maharaj, in Chicago in September '93 in that interfaith conference. And I could see that, you were quite stern and, grim. And I remember you asking Radhanath Maharaj that, what are you doing over there? But we never knew that within a few months we were going to come back to ISKCON. So maybe because you expressed that keen desire, that whatever the things happen, and then, we were so lovingly taken back in. Of course, then it was such a wonderful occasion that whenever you came to Mumbai infrequently, we also had occasion of very fine memories of your home visits. There's so many stories, but one particular one I'd like to relate was It was, I think, in 95 or 96 when I don't remember the gentleman's name, but he was the most popular person in Poland. Very, very popular. In fact, he was more popular than even the president of Poland. And he was a supporter of ISKCON. And Indradumna Maharaj had brought him here, and the GBC meetings were going on. So it was February of, I think, 95 or 96. So you had come, you and Indradumna Maharaj had come along with him for lunch at our house. And then I think either Rasikacharya Prabhu or Swarup Damodar Prabhu, I'm not sure who was your assistant at that time. And then after the meal, we had some homemade ice cream. And we were strictly told that, as per your diet, you were not supposed to have. So you were going to have sliced apples, and all the others were going to have ice cream. So whenever the tray was actually being taken into the hall, we could see from a distance, and Swarup Damodar Prabhu was aghast when he saw that you were picking the ice cream. And you actually, when Radha Priya, my wife, she brought the tray and offered you the apple, and then you looked and said, "Who's that for?" And then she said, "This for Indradumna Maharaj," and saying, "That is ice cream." So then, and Indradumna Maharaj, of course, egged you on and said that, "Well, I'll have my second only if Giriraj Maharaj has one." So, and Swarup Damodar Prabhu was completely shocked, and he was so upset, and every time Radha Priya would come back with the tray saying he's not supposed to have. Again, he went back, and I think he had 3 times, because Indradumna Maharaj had 4 or 5 helpings. But it was such a sweet exchange of love between you all. So when Sridhar Maharaj came, sometimes you also came with him to our house. And, even when you were not there, it was Sridhar Maharaj who particularly, he was so close to you that he used to speak about you very, very often. Of course, in our Pune Yatras, when you came, that was really the kind of icing on the cake. In front of thousands of devotees, you, in spite of your advanced age, your exuberance and complete freedom, when you were dancing, just like your youthful days, 30 years before, like when you were in presence of Srila Prabhupada. And who will ever forget you coming down the slide, you and Radhanath Maharaj coming down the slide. You have the pictures, and I think it is almost everybody's heart. And the many times that you were also in the Radha Gopinath Mandir, where everybody, just absolutely, cherished your entry and every word that you spoke and every time you came in. So it is quite natural that, Srila Prabhupada's greatness really overshadows everything. Ultimately, it is Prabhupada's, doing. And hundreds of years later, that is the way it will be. But it is also natural that we sometimes tend to, minimize inadvertently, what Srila Prabhupada's disciples did, or how they laid the foundation really by the extraordinary sacrifices and austerities that they performed. It would be a big act of ingratitude on our part really to not really dwell on that, even though we may not be able to experience that, and but only when we read in the Lilamrit, Prabhupada Lilamrit, or say recently in Yamuna Mataji's memoirs and others, it just brings together almost as a shock what has been achieved, what has been done. It is no coincidence that right now we are actually practically to the day. It's the 50th anniversary of Maharaj and the first few devotees who landed in Mumbai. I think it was September 1970. Came by that rickety Air Egypt plane, which was so bad, such a bad aircraft, that I'm told that was the last flight it ever took. But it was only Prabhupada's mercy that that flight actually landed, because it was really bad. The descriptions of how it was. And it landed in Cairo, and then there was a stopover. And it happened to be at a time when there was a Middle East turmoil. And I think the Jordan was trying to rid of some terrorists, and this was a very tense situation. And none of the devotees and Maharaj were aware of that. So in the stopover, when the devotees came down the steps on the tarmac, there were machine gun toting guards there who were actually, very somberly and intimidatingly looking at all the devotees. And Yamuna Mataji recalls in a book that actually suddenly she saw that the gun was pointed at her. And then she realized it was not pointed at her, it was pointed at, because you were, Maharaj, just behind her. And the reason was because you in your seriousness to chant, you would close your eyes and you would hop and jump very high, and you chant around. So they were initially they were so like suspicious that they were actually aiming a gun. So it just gives an idea of what was an environment. People forget about not understanding what Krishna consciousness was, but it was light and day. But this was only a one small idea of what challenges lay. After coming to Mumbai and India for the first time, we will, I have only experienced ISKCON after coming to this beautiful Juhu temple, which was already built. But we read about it, but we just cannot actually experience what it was like for these young devotees who came from abroad, who in their, all in their early 20s, never having acclimatized themselves to the extreme heat and all the mud and the muck and the rats and the open sewages, the third class travels. Maharaj traveled to Amritsar and Indore, Surat, Allahabad or the Prayag, the Kumbh Mela, Calcutta, Delhi, Vrindavan, so many places, sometimes up to 40 hours in a train. If you, we have no idea what it would be like to travel in a third class compartment where there was no fixed seating, because the people would, extra seats were always issued. And for, almost in 1.5 days, we are practically, crammed into this, people bringing their own biscuit tins and others and sitting there in addition seats. So the kind of austerities that was going to, and what to speak of the illnesses which are debilitating, dysentery, diarrhea, jaundice, malaria. I mean, it's just unimaginable that how it could be so difficult to maintain not only Krishna consciousness, but also the kind of enthusiasm that was needed. And through all this, Maharaj so serenely passed it only because of your unflinching, extraordinary determination to to please Srila Prabhupada. Of course, when your parents came in 1971, even the Yamuna Mataji writes in a book how you when they were horrified when they actually saw that there was no place to even eat in Vrindavan, because there were no proper restaurants, but still loyally they came because they were with you. All this through, and then they spoke to Prabhupada, and they were trying to see whether they would come back. So the kinds of pressures that are external everywhere, all around, through all this, we have all, millions of people have actually benefiting from ISKCON only because of devotees like you, Maharaj, who has given us the kind of example, shining example that we see of what is a worthy disciple to a worthy spiritual master. And this is an ideal surrender, over 50 years of steady service, unflinching. I read recently where Prabhupada once mentioned that he said, I would guarantee Krishna consciousness if you are sincere, if you're serious, and if there are no ulterior motivations. And Maharaj, I can humbly say with that I'm so honored and I'm so grateful to you for being that example of complete sincerity, steadiness, seriousness, and without ulterior motivations, through all your challenges of health and everything that you undertook just to please Srila Prabhupada, and through that to bring his glories and Krishna's glories to all of us. So thank you, Maharaj, so much. And I just pray that I get a chance to meet you, be with you, if not in Mumbai, USA. Now the hankering is even more, just seeing you after such a long time. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Okay.
Very well.
That was a very enlivening, Krishna Chandra Prabhu. I sent my book about Srila Prabhupada and Juhu to the printer. So now my next one will be about traveling with Srila Prabhupada in India from when we arrived from Cairo until Juhu. And you reminded me of some things I'd completely forgotten about riding in the third class train compartments. And yeah, I'll have to try to include more detail. But I remember so vividly when you got initiated and phoned me. I was like really touched by your humility and gratitude. Actually, I was in South Africa at the time, and it was very unusual to get an overseas phone call back then. And yeah, I was very touched that you did that, phone me on that occasion. And yeah, the Pune Yatras at your place in Pune, they were really, really, really special. I remember that going down the slide with His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj. And so many wonderful things took place at those Pune Yatras. So yeah, we're really grateful for you, to you for all you've done. I mean, you've been such a support to all the devotees and helping with the hospital and the hospice. So yeah, I'm really grateful. And I'm grateful that you joined this. I was pleasantly surprised. Hare Krishna.
My honor, Maharaj.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Krishna Chandra Prabhu. I forgot to also mention Krishna Chandra Prabhu is a very accomplished and successful business leader as a CEO and chairman of the famous Mafatlal Group of Industries. So we want to thank you for taking time from your busy schedule to come and address us today. Hare Krishna. I would like to acknowledge the presence of many exalted devotees today. His Grace Sarvas Prabhu and Tadit Mataji have joined us. Ravinda Swarup Prabhu is here too as well, Guru Maharaj.
Wow.
But Guru Maharaj, before introducing them, I would like to call upon a very special devotee that you have known since you joined ISKCON Boston. And that is none other than the temple president at that time, His Holiness Satswarup Das Goswami Maharaj, who is here with us. So I would humbly like to ask Satswarup Maharaj to kindly unmute and share some of these precious moments about you with you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Please accept my humble obeisances, Giriraj Maharaj. I met Giriraj Maharaj before he was even initiated. He came to a program we held for Srila Prabhupada at Brandeis University, where Glenn Teton was a student. Glenn arrived late and missed Prabhupada's lecture. When he arrived, I was leading the last kirtan. Then it was time to leave. Prabhupada had a car ride of his own, but the other devotees had no way to get back to the temple. So they asked Glenn if they could go in his car. So they packed in with him. And on the way back, the devotees preached to him, especially Nandakishore's wife, Janavi. And she turned Glenn's head around. They're straight, conscious preaching. Glenn was something of a eclectic spiritualist, mixing Buddhism and Mayavadi philosophy. He went one night to the temple when Prabhupada lectured, and that was a complete change in his life. Glenn had a sign in his dorm room that said, "You are God." And Prabhupada blasted this notion, and Glenn immediately got down and made prostrated obeisances to Swamiji, to Prabhupada.
Haribol.
So he immediately joined the temple. And as soon as he joined, he uplifted the whole yatra. He was so submissive and enthusiastic and surrendered. He slept on the floor, which is what we all did. And he got into reading Prabhupada's books and taking part in all our activities. At that time, the temple was filled with ISKCON press workers. But Giriraj was a Sankirtan devotee. And he followed the temple schedule. Some of the press workers weren't very obedient to following the temple schedule. So I felt great support and love from Giriraj for his attending all the programs. He was a Sankirtan devotee. In good weather, we used to go out for hours on the Boston Commons, maybe 20 devotees chanting at once, and a few devotees circulating in the crowd that gathered, distributing Back to Godhead magazines and collecting donations. Giriraj was the leader in collecting. He had a little cloth blue bag that he put the money in. And he was very dear to all of us. I wrote a letter to Prabhupada and told him how much things had improved since Giriraj had arrived. And Prabhupada wrote back that he is very intelligent. Then he initiated him with the nectarian name, Giriraj Das. Such a sweet Braj name. Prabhupada visited again in 1969, and Giriraj got more association with his spiritual master. I definitely remember that the whole yatra was uplifted by his presence right from the start. He was so enthusiastic. I want to tell an anecdote that is a little unpleasant, but it shows Giriraj Maharaj in a good light. One time, after we moved from the storefront to a big house, we were attacked in the night by a local gang. They broke all the front windows and broke the door down and came in bearing car antennas, which they had broken off the cars, and they were hitting the devotees with them. The devotees fought back, but it was a very traumatic scene. There was serious fighting. Nandakishore received a big black eye. And Uddhavadas had a penknife and he stabbed one of the attackers, who then tried to scratch Uddhava's eyes out. Finally, the police came and they arrested all the gang members. But as they left, they swore that they would get out overnight from the prison and they would come back the next night and attack us again. So the devotees were traumatized. All the women were sent down to the New York temple to be safe. And we even considered sending the deities down there, but we didn't. One devotee named Murari Das had very heroically thrown one of the gang members through the front window. But he was so much traumatized himself by the fight that he went down to New York to avoid the next night's attack. Giriraj and I decided to go down to New York also to avoid the attack. We left in his red car and started south. As he drove, we began to talk together. Giriraj asked, "Why are we leaving the temple?" I said, "Yes, it's not such a good idea to abandon the Prabhudatta Desh." And he said, "Maybe we should go back." So with his courageous spirit, we turned the car around just before the Massachusetts Turnpike and returned to the temple. There, Brahmananda and Rishi Kumar, two strong devotees, had come from New York to help protect the temple. They welcomed us very heartily for returning and not abandoning the temple. We stayed up all night and there was no further attack. But then the case went to court, and we charged the gang members with breaking in and assaulting the devotees. They made up some lies that we had dragged one of their members into the temple who was a Vietnam veteran and mocked him for his service. That was a complete lie. But the judge decided to close the case, and if anything at all happened within the next 6 months, he would open it again and punish the gang members. We told Prabhupada about all this, and he wrote back and said the judge was an intelligent man. So I remember Giriraj very fondly for his brave decision not to flee the temple that night. Then after some time, Prabhupada sent letters to the temples that he wanted them to send some men to India to permanently serve there. There were no temples yet, but he was traveling from place to place, staying at wealthy people's houses and putting on programs. So he wanted more devotees to be with him. We thought it proper to respond to Prabhupada wholeheartedly and not be stingy. So in consultation, we decided to send our very best man, Giriraj Brahmachari. It was heartbreaking to have to send him away because he was such a solid person in the temple. He was very willing to go and join Prabhupada and devotees in India. So off he went, and there was a big hole in the Boston temple. Giriraj Maharaj has promised to write a book about his memories of Boston. I will look forward to that. He's already giving us the Juhu book soon. And then he just said he's next writing about traveling in India before Juhu. But then he'll write about the Boston days sometime. While he was in Boston, I bonded with him very strongly. And that bond has remained until today. I love Giriraj Maharaj, and I'm impressed by all that he has done at Juhu, in his hospice work, in his preaching work. Even through health difficulties, he's recovered and come back to full service. So I'm very touched that he considers me his friend and feels affection for me. I hope he's pleased by these days' activities of devotees making homages to him in honor of his Vyasa Puja day. Hare Krishna.
That was wonderful. I mean, reliving those precious moments. I must say that my debt of gratitude to His Holiness Giriraj Swami is immeasurable. He really, nurtured me in Krishna consciousness in those early days in Boston. And when I joined, he was the editor of Back to Godhead magazine. And he was looking for writers to contribute. So, prompted by him, I wrote an article about Guru, actually. But there was a delay in, obviously, but of I think maybe 4 months between when an article was submitted and the magazine was actually published. And by then I was in India, and the magazine came with my article. And Srila Prabhupada called me to see him. And he said, I've read your article. It is very nice. You should write. You should take up writing as your first business. So that instruction from Srila Prabhupada has been guiding me ever since. And that was the result of His Holiness Satsvarupa Das Goswami Maharaj encouraging me to write. And Maharaj is like my role model in writing about Srila Prabhupada. I mean, Srila Prabhupada Lilamrita is, well, like His Holiness Shivaram Swami says, it was an empowered work. And although when I came to visit Maharaj in Stuyvesant Falls in upstate New York a couple of years ago, I asked him about quoting from the Lilamrita in my book about Srila Prabhupada and Jew, and he said, no, I don't think you should do that. So I didn't, but I followed the beautiful descriptions in the Lilamrita and got inspiration from them, and in general, am inspired in my writing about Srila Prabhupada by Satsvarupa Maharaj's writing about Srila Prabhupada. And I love him dearly. He's like, not just an older brother, almost like a father from when I joined. And yeah, I was blessed that from the very beginning of my Krishna consciousness, he was my temple president. And so many memories. There's this one, well, I can't, that would take too long if I, but I can't. I would like to, but yeah, we had the small storefront, 95 Glenville Avenue, and the lease was up for renewal. And so Satsrupa Maharaj, was ready to sign. But it was just before the weekend, and something in my heart was telling me that we should look for another place. And we had been looking. And I said, it's Friday, and they won't, find us in default, until Monday, and we can pay on Monday. We can renew the lease. And so then we found this 40 North Beacon, big house, very big house. And I think it was a funeral home or something, but what I'm leading up to, it's all leading up to when Satsrupa Maharaj and I visited the owner. He was a very wealthy man. He had a big, impressive office. And he had an ashtray filled with cigarette butts. And he, as I recall, he wanted another smoke, but he was out of cigarettes. So he picked up one of the cigarette butts from the ashtray and lit it. And Satsrupa Maharaj made I thought it was such a profound philosophical statement to the effect that that you can't enjoy more than you're destined to. And even though he's so wealthy, he was smoking a cigarette butt like a bum on the street. So I have so many precious, treasured memories. And I really do feel that the Juhu book, which has been sent to the printer now, is very much an offering to Satsrupa Maharaj, who has guided me from the beginning and really showed me the best of how to write about Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Giriraj Maharaj.
Hi.
Thank you, Satsarup Das Goswami Maharaj, for this beautiful rendition, emotional rendition. We truly honor your presence today, Maharaj.
Yeah.
And we have a nice video about, in anticipation of the Juhu book, we will be showing in a short while. But before that, I would like to humbly and kindly request another exalted devotee present with us to speak. His Grace Ravinder Swarup Prabhu. He needs no introduction, but he's a scholar, an author, a leader, a guru. I remember when we invited him to South Africa to preach to our Grihastha community, him and his wife came and had such an impact in the university preaching as well. So we humbly request Ravinder Swarup to kindly unmute and share some words with us today. Hare Krishna.
Panchakalpa Trubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. It's my pleasure to be able to say a few words, and they're going to be short, a few words about Giriraj Maharaj. You noticed that Maharaj, Satsrupa Maharaj, me, we're all old people now. And when you reach a certain age and you think of the future, it's very different from when you're young. And so for all of us, sort of the next big event is death. But I'm encouraged because of one remark Srila Prabhupada said, especially. He mentioned about the spiritual world, and he said, we are eternal associates. He said, we shall have another ISKCON there. And I thought, oh God. but I realized, there'll be because of people like Giriraj Maharaj especially, and Satsvarup Maharaj, I'm very happy about there being another ISKCON there. I figure others will maybe have to join a little later, but Prabhupada was once asked, how will I know you're a devotee? A reporter asked Prabhupada once, how will I know a devotee of yours? And Prabhupada said, he would be a perfect gentleman. You cannot find any fault with him. That's a sort of aspiration for me, but Giriraj Maharaj is a perfect gentleman. So I am still encouraged as the years go by that we will be eternal associates. And I'm very interested in carrying on what association we've had. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Well, thank you, Reverend Swarup Prabhu. We are honored to have you with us, and we are honored to hear from you on today's occasion. So thank you again. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
So,
I'd just like to say that was beautiful. And I always had that thought that our relationship with Srila Prabhupada is eternal and we'll be with Srila Prabhupada again. So then that means we'll be with each other. And that we'll have another ISKCON in the spiritual sky. Yeah, different people have different responses to that. I remember when our dear God brother, Burijan Prabhu, he said that the thought of another ISKCON in the spiritual sky never was that appealing to him. But then, and this was his feelings, towards Tamal Krishna Goswami, and then he said it. But when Tamal Krishna Goswami left, he thought, well, the prospect of another ISKCON in the spiritual sky seemed a lot better. Yeah, I think it'll be good.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank you.
thank you. So next we have another exalted personality speaker who is with us. If you have read Perfect Question, Perfect Answers, you would have heard the name Bob Cohen join the Peace Corps. And that's none other than Brahmatirtha Prabhu, who is here with us for March. So we kindly and humbly request Brahmatirtha Prabhu to unmute and share some words with us today. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. It's a huge honor to be speaking in front of my seniors and mentors, Satsvarup Maharaj, Rabindra, Swarup Prabhu, Giriraj Swami. And it's a special privilege for Bhakti and I to wish Giriraj Swami happy birthday, but we will spare him by not singing. I went to India in 1971. I was, like many of us, on a spiritual sojourn, and I decided I wanted to go to India as a insider, not an outsider. So I joined the Peace Corps and became a high school teacher, and I was assigned to the worst state in India, some had said, Bihar, but for me it was the best because it was very close to Calcutta. And it was a place that I had no danger of ever becoming attached to whatsoever. And so I would, when I went to India, I was trying to find out if the Krishna movement was legitimate. I had heard devotees chanting in the 60s in Greenwich Village, a kirtan party, probably led by Jayadvaita Brahmachari at the time. And it struck me, but at that time there were so many weird gurus starting to come to India. Prabhupada came, then a few years later, every week the New York Post would have their centerfold of what the latest unusual guru was coming. So it was hard to tell the players without the scorecard. So I went to India. I said, well, now I can sort all this out. Well, after living in India for months, I couldn't sort anything out. I couldn't figure out who was on first. Nothing made sense. I didn't meet any devotees. Then I was in Calcutta. I was closest major city to me, an overnight train ride, and I saw a poster, Hare Krishna Festival. And this was in the fall of 71. So I said, oh, finally I can find out if the Krishnas are legitimate or not. Because I wanted to see, was it a weird cult or did it have connection to the Vedic roots? I had already been an admirer of the Gita, which I'd read a few times. Prabhupada hadn't been out yet. So I went to this, I forgot the name of the place, but a posh part of Calcutta. And there Giriraj Brahmachari was speaking. And to this day, I still remember his talk, at least parts of it. It made such a deep impact on me. I had been in India by then many months, and it was the first time I heard anybody in India say anything that really struck me as philosophically interesting and sound. And he was dressed as he is now, and the audience was dressed in suits and ties. And he said to the audience, you have given up what I'm going for. And I've given up what you're going for. What's wrong with this picture here? And he spoke it so dramatically, so clearly, and I said, wow, this makes sense. And that convinced me to start going to the Calcutta temple whenever I could take the overnight train to Calcutta and start visiting. Then I ran into some devotees in Calcutta in February, and they said, we're doing food relief for Bangladesh refugees. There had just been a huge war, a lot of refugees, at a place called Mayapur. Well, I didn't know what a Mayapur was, but I had some time off. In fact, usually most of my time was off, but that's a whole other matter. And so I was able to go up there, and there was Giriraj Swami, and he was sometimes emceeing the festival, and I noticed something about him, that in the midst of chaos, he was cool. And it really struck me, because when I first saw the devotees in the village, I said, these people, they are either the biggest show-offs, left sock was green, the right sock was blue, the dhoti did look like a bed sheet, because it probably was, and all of these things. And I said, these people are either transcendental, I mean, they're above it all, or they're bigger exhibitionists than we usually find in the village. So I was trying to see who was transcendental and who not. And then when I saw Giriraj Swami keeping cool, it struck me. But then that got even more dramatic. After I met Prabhupada, I went back to my assignment, but I had no interest in staying in India. And Prabhupada had warned me about who I should associate with. And I didn't have the best of association. And Prabhupada had given me some good instruction on that. So I said, okay, time to go back to America. And so I resigned from the Peace Corps shortly before the government was going to kick us out anyway, and went to Bombay for 3 days. That's all the Peace Corps allows me to check out. And my liver was swollen. They said, stay 2 weeks. And I just missed Prabhupada. He had just gone off to Africa from doing a major pandal. So I went and stayed on the roof in the Juhu property. Now, the Juhu property then was the devotees had to live on the roof of the buildings. The tenant laws didn't, this will, of course, all be in Maharaj's book. The tenant laws said you couldn't evict people very easily. And the outhouse we had to use was the outhouse that the people who cleaned the toilet would use. We couldn't even use others. It was very primitive, everything was chaotic. And finally, the devotees built a little grass and brick hut to put the deities in. And you would sit and take your prasadam, and somebody would walk by, and then you'd be eating a sandwich of dust below your prasadam and dust on top. It was very, very austere, and things were quite chaotic. And one thing that impressed me to this day, and I still have this image so deeply engraved in my mind, that Giriraj Swami would be walking around, and he was absolutely cool-headed, very cool-headed. The chaos didn't bother him. And I looked and I said, there really is something transcendental behind all of this. There's something very deep going on, that someone could actually be transcendental in this situation. And it so impacted me, I think it increased my faith many times over. Now, I'll be short. Brevity is the soul of wit, says one of our Vaishnav Acharyas, Shakespeare. Over the years, I've gotten to spend time with you, Maharaj, and here and there. And Krishna had his court jester, and Krishna has blessed me with being able to be your court jester at times. This was one of my favorite service. You have that's such a strong, contagious laugh. So if I could extract that, I would tell some jokes now, but they'd probably be inappropriate for this audience. But anyway, not off color, but just different. You have to have a certain ethnicity to appreciate the jokes. Anyway, that said, every time I get to associate with Giriraj Swami, I get from you, Maharaj, the same impression I had when I saw you speak in Calcutta, when I saw you, the chaos there. Yes, all the world is going on around me. So much is happening, yet you're somehow or other seeing Krishna's hand. The invisible hand of Krishna is more visible to you than it is to some of us. And you're seeing, and because you can see that Krishna has some plan behind it, you can actually keep a cool head. Prabhupada said to one lady who asked one reporter, why do you have why do you shave your head?
This is audio. It says.
And Prabhupada said, well, why do you shave your legs? Better you have a cool head and warm legs. So I applaud you for your cool head, which I know comes from your deep devotion to Guru and Gauranga. Happy birthday. It's a real privilege to be able to say these things to you. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hi. That was very heartwarming. I'm glad that I got to be part of your early spiritual journey, and I'm glad that we're still walking the path together. And yeah, when this is over, we'll be meeting again separately. And if you have any jokes that you want to tell me, you can tell me then. But thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to have your association and hear your words.
Thank you, Brahmatirtha Prabhu. That was very nice and kind of you to attend our function. Hare Krishna. Guru Maharaj, next we have a very nice god sister of yours who we have invited and has kindly agreed our invitation. She's here with us. She spent extensive time with you in India. And even when you came to America, you have been in touch with her. So we kindly and humbly request Kaushalya Dasi to unmute and share some words with us. Hare Krishna. You're unmute. Can you unmute?
There, I think I'm muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Not one of my, I don't do a lot of Zoom meetings, so I'm not so expert. Yeah, so happy birthday.
Thank
We're,
you.
we're both September babies.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've had wonderful times together in India. You know, I don't know what to say other than I love Giriraj. He's a good person and very special person. He's been close to my heart for, well, since 1970 when I first met him. So that would be 50 years, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we've known each other for 50 years. I was fortunate enough to meet a lot of wonderful members of his family. His mother came and visited us. His sister came and visited us. So he has a beautiful family. He has a beautiful devotee family, a beautiful like birth family. And I feel very grateful that our paths crossed in October of 1970. And now 50 years later, we've stayed close. And I'm a lucky person to have Giriraj in my life, is all I can say. And I mean, I don't know, is there something specific other than happy birthday you want me to say? I don't know. I don't know. You know, you have meant the world to me from the time I met you when we first landed in Mumbai, which was Bombay at the time, and had all our wonderful adventures in Amritsar and in Surat and all over India. I've been very, very fortunate. It's been very fortunate to have Giriraj as part of my life.
Yeah, I feel the same way about you.
Well, thank you.
And yeah, you're one of the few people who's been able to, I guess, give your association from the devotee community to my biological family. And I remember when you came up and visited my sister's home in Hope Ranch.
Yeah.
In Santa Barbara.
She's a beautiful person.
You had produced some
cartoons.
Yeah, called DuckTales.
Right.
And my nephew.
I work in the television industry, and your nephew was very young at the time.
Yeah, I think he was about 5.
Yeah.
5 or 6. He loved the DuckTales. and the DuckTales, I mean, they were cartoons, but there was a lot of culture in them. I actually felt I was getting culturally educated by watching the DuckTales. But one special memory was when we did a program together in San Diego.
Oh, yes.
And your sister came.
Yes.
And she was like so impressed by you, by what she saw. She said something like, "My God, my sister's a saint. I didn't realize it. My sister." I said, "Yes, she is. She is."
No, one of the things that I feel very, very blessed is that we got to be with Prabhupada in those early days and actually got to spend intimate time with him, which was pretty amazing. I mean, I remember I kept having to pinch myself when we first got there, and he would invite us into his room and we would just sit down next to him, and it was pretty amazing that he would be that warm, and you know, he also would take us all to these amazing places. Oh my goodness, there we go. There's Giriraj. There's me. This is in Surat. We did a program in Surat. We stayed at the house of Bhagubhai Jariwala. That was his name, right?
Yes, yes.
Very nice family, beautiful people. And they, you know, basically opened up the city to us. And we as you can see, Giriraj has his hand in his bead bag. Even though he's chanting, he was chanting. He was double chanting. He was chanting in his bead bag, and he was singing at the same time. Always a very devoted and wonderful devotee. So yeah, I mean, and Prabhupada would sit, like talking about Surat for a minute, Prabhupada would sit for hours and visit with all of the various people in the city. And, you know, he took us from village to village, and we would sing and chant and talk. And he would ask us to talk, even though we didn't know what we were doing. I mean, we were kind of new devotees. I think I'd only been in the movement for I joined at the end of 68, I think, or the beginning of 69. So maybe a year or two. And, but he would say, okay, Koshalya, what do you think? And he would have us speak to all the Indian people. And it was really amazing. It was an amazing time. He was very protective of us. He would always make sure that we were taken care of, particularly when it was just the women. And like when we were in Amritsar, he would make sure that it was just Jamuna and I, so it's just two women. And Giriraj was among all of the men, and they had to sleep out in this very cold courtyard, and Jamuna and I got to sleep in the room next to Prabhupada. And so he would take us in the car and make sure that we were taken care of and that we were protected. And so it was like a magical time. It's always going to be very meaningful to me. I mean, some of the things he taught me, I still carry with me today, even though I work in the television industry and I'm a producer and I work for Oprah Winfrey and all that. I bring in all of this stuff that Prabhupada taught me all the time, like as much as I possibly can, to try to inform my work. And, you know, he was so loving to Giriraj. I mean, he was loving to all of us, but I knew that Giriraj was a special person from the time I met him. Oh, this is my cat. Say hi. Here. Here's my cat. Her name is Luna, for the moon. See, she has like a face, double face. She's being silly. Anyway, so I mean, thank God I met Giriraj. Thank God I met Prabhupada. I met Prabhupada in the most magical way. And then, you know, my life is forever informed by them. And by Prabhupada, and of course by Giriraj too, because he's been like a dear friend to me for 50 years. I'm a lucky person, very, very fortunate. If there's anything you guys are wondering about, I can tell you stories about Giriraj. If you want to know. I mean, he was always so special. What he did in Bombay was like a miracle. All of the incredible obstacles he had to overcome, all the people he had to work with, and there were so many challenges, and yet he pulled it off and made the most amazing temple in Juhu. So yeah, and we had wonderful times in Calcutta too. I mean, it's just like one wonderful time after the next in Mayapur. We were a very close-knit family because there was a very small group of us traveling around with Srila Prabhupada. So it was really like a little family. And luckily for me, I got to join the family.
Yeah, I just thought of one incident, not from our time with Srila Prabhupada, but later.
Mm-hmm.
I came back to America, and Tamal Krishna Goswami came to visit, and we met you at the Prabhupada Festival in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm. And
Tamal Krishna Goswami commented that you're like the second Yamuna Devi. Because you could do everything like she, you know, could worship the deity, you could speak, you could lead kirtan, you could do personal service for Srila Prabhupada. And I thought that was like a really nice compliment, and it was true. It was true. I remember once you came to Juhu, and we hadn't really set up Srila Prabhupada's quarters that nicely, and you sort of took the matter in hand and got
I did.
got nice.
Well, because I knew the way he liked it, and it was not the way he liked it. He had given me instructions on exactly how he liked his room with the duddies and the covered with the sheets and change the sheets every day. And it was the way he wanted his desk. And, he had very specific, speaking of his room, I just had this wonderful memory of Calcutta. I had set up his room the way he'd asked me to, and everything was like perfect, I thought. And so I came in and he was sitting on the floor on the duddies that, we would cover the floor with mattresses and cover those mattresses with sheets that would be changed every day. And so he was sitting on that instead of behind his desk. And I said, Srila Prabhupada, why are you sitting on the floor? What's wrong with your desk? And he said, well, the mosquitoes have taken over my asana. So I can't sit there anymore. And I said, oh gosh, I'll get you a fan. He said, no, the floor is fine. He said, what is there any need for anything, any furniture? He said, we could go sit by the bank of the Ganga, chant Hare Krishna. Someone would come along and bring us a chapati. And then he laughed. And then I went, I said, I'm getting you a fan. I got him a fan, so the mosquitoes were blown away by his desk. Anyway, it's like, it was amazing times. And the most amazing thing about Srila Prabhupada was he gave us the credit that we could figure out how to do anything, even if we didn't know how to do it. He would say, do this. And he gave us permission to always be successful in whatever it is we decided to do, and said, you'll figure it out. You'll know what to do. And so we would just have to go do it and figure it out. And I think that's was a great life lesson for me. Take the training wheels off, figure out how to ride my bike on my own, and do what I felt I need to do to make a contribution. And Giriraj is that kind of person. He's so incredible as far as being able to just do whatever needs to be done. I cannot stress I don't know if you all know this, how much he suffered in Bombay and how much he got done despite overwhelming odds to not get it done. You should tell them that story if they don't already know. I mean, what you did was amazing. He had so many obstacles, and Prabhupada just said, you can do that. And he put him in charge of the project, and fine, he did it despite everything. And how old were you? 20?
Yeah, 21.
Well, there you go, a baby.
Maybe the temple president.
Yeah. And he had to go through tremendous amount of obstacles. I mean, he had criminals and you had so many challenges to put that together. It's a miracle it happened. But that's you, and that's Srila Prabhupada, because he knew it would happen.
Well, thank you. We should move on, but I can't resist because of the mosquitoes story. That Srila Prabhupada was in Caracas, Venezuela, and there were a lot of mosquitoes, but they weren't biting him. So one of the devotees commented that Srila Prabhupada, none of the mosquitoes are biting you. they respect you. They know who you are and they respect you. He said, yes, in here they're like that, but in Calcutta, they make no discrimination.
That's funny. Well, happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you
Happy
very much.
birthday.
Thank you, Kaushalya Prabhu. Thank you for coming. Among your busy schedule, we are honored to have you and hear from you. Hare Krishna.
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
So, Guru Maharaj, we have just a couple of more what we call VIP guests who we have invited before we wrap up this segment. But now I will humbly request His Holiness Giriraj Swami to unmute and speak to us.
I need 1 minute.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Giriraj Swami will know what it is.
Give me the realization when you get back, okay? Because I need some inspiration.
So let's roll the video filler during the time for the guests.
Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Right, Maharaj, please kindly unmute and share some beautiful words of wisdom with us. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Again, Timirandasha Jananjana Shalakaya Chakshudamanitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Okay. It's funny when only you see yourself and I can't see yours. Anyway, I'll just do whatever's there. Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. This isn't your actual birthday. This is like an extended Vyasa puja. I think your birthday is the 12th, right?
13th.
13th, yeah. I always get it wrong by 1 day. At least I'm a day early and not a day late. So, I have a really, really depth of gratitude that I'd like to express. Because as is known, I'm a little light-hearted by nature. And what can repression accomplish? Although I do try to dovetail that light nature. And oh, I get to see Krishna. Hare Krishna. And my experience with you is that you're like a grounding wire for me due to that light nature. I always tend to be, well, I won't say frivolous, but maybe a little transcendently frivolous. If I give myself a plus next to the C, a C plus, the plus would be the transcendental lightness of my nature. That was one of the things that His Holiness Krishna Raj depended on during his illness with cancer. Because in that grave situation, I couldn't be anything other than myself, and so he counted on that. But in order for me, when I actually think about the ability for advancement in Krishna consciousness, it takes a little bit of sobriety to advance. And I feel that amongst all my friends, and I have, by Krishna's grace, many wonderful, wonderful friends, very advanced friends, and you're one of them, as we've stated before. That friendship is hopefully everlasting, especially for my concern. That depth of gratitude is, I don't even know how to say it, because your internet connection is unstable. So is my head. So okay, that just came across the thing. Your internet is unstable, but I know it's not just the internet, so I'm not worried about it. So yeah, getting back to the fact of the depth of gratitude for allowing me to have your association and keeping me on point is very, very wonderful. And one of the things that helps is your steadiness of service, as Kushalya Prabhu was explaining, that you were able to do the impossible in Bombay or Mumbai or Juhu, wherever you want to consider that area. And it's a sense of determination. It's kind of like Viravrata, like a very, very intense amount of determination. And that has now manifested in your working on your writing projects, which you had the wonderful, what would you say, experience or good fortune to have His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada give you that direct instruction. Some of us, like myself, joining in 1975, I would venture to say that only a few had the ability to get that direct instruction by that time. You know, myself, I only saw Srila Prabhupada giving classes and trying to snag on to a morning walk and being kicked off the path by the sannyasis and stuff, which I actually appreciated because keeps you in your position. Servant of the servant of the servant of the servant is the most exalted position. So I got the experience to, I got the benefit, the opportunity to experience that through those experiences. But because we have a lot of contact, a lot less than I wish. Actually, this week, every day I was thinking I'm going to have to call Giriraj and ask you, what's your situation now? We have this ongoing texting where Mars will say, "What's your situation?" And then I'll say something. I'm just dropped in to see what condition my condition is. And now that you're asking, you know, we can make arrangements to talk. And anyway, we have this little back and forth. And every time we talk, we always say we're going to do it more often, but then it always ends up going a month. So on your Vyasa Puja day, if I'm of any worthiness of a gift, please gift me with more of your association, because it does ground me. Because the truth of the matter is that a lot of people like myself, we joined in our service to Srila Prabhupada was not direct. It was not direct. I mean, it was direct in the sense that anyone who performs devotional service to Srila Prabhupada, the group from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Sankirtan movement with direct service, but that is in Bani, not Prabhupada. I was in the parking lots in Florida with 90% humidity and 100 degrees, distributing books, and never thought that I wasn't doing it for Srila Prabhupada, but never had the opportunity to have Srila Prabhupada tell me, you should do it this way, you should do it that way, this is what it is, and this is like this. But in our conversations, due to the fact that you had so much association with His Divine Grace, that you're always able to relate any one of our conversations, no matter how light I make it, which sometimes can be very, very light. You have the ability to recall or to bring it back to Prabhupada focus and some experience you had and some direction to help us stay on the track, to stay on the mark, to do that. And I'm saying that it actually keeps us very, 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 very grounded in our service to Srila Prabhupada and to Srila Prabhupada's mission. And one of the things, just to bring out my light side, is that sometimes I'll have a opportunity to come across something a little humorous, and I'll immediately think of His Holiness Giriraj, because he likes a little humor in his life, and I actually think he needs it, because everybody needs a little gut laugh once in a while. But the best part, I never told you this before, but I'm waiting to do it in public, because I can't see now. There were 100 people here before. I don't know what it's up to now. And the best part is that when I tell you the joke, you always have to pause and what would you say, disassemble and then reassemble, and then all of a sudden, like a moment later, you burst into like a huge, like gut-wrenching, huge smile, almost falling off your chair. Just like recently, well, it wasn't in, we weren't online, but someone had approached you and I for a donation. Yeah. And because in Kali Yuga, the sannyasis have all the money. That was actually the reason I took sannyas, but it didn't work for me because I had the wrong reason for taking sannyas. So it didn't work for me. I'm still quite, unemployed. I'm working, but that part didn't happen. Anyway, I sent you a note. We both got a note asking for some funds for a project. And then you said, what do you think? And I said, well, I spoke to the person that knows this project, and they say it's a very good project. And then you said, well, later on, you said something like, well, how much are you going to give? And I said, well, I gave $250. And then actually what I said is that in the email, I said, yeah, I gave them $20,000. I said, I gave them $20,000. Then I space about 5-10 times. Then on the bottom, I said, just kidding. I only gave them 250. And then you wrote me back, when I read you gave them $20,000, I almost died of a heart attack. And then when I went further down the line and I saw that you only gave 250, I started laughing so hard, I almost died. And so, so we do have this little, what's the name of that? Hasya, that little, when they joke, yeah, relationship. So I have the opportunity to inspire you a little bit that way. But I want you to know that I practically there's no day goes by where I don't think of you and pray for your association and even consider what the value of our association is, at least for me. I remember when Tamal Krishnamars passed away, at one point we were both here, and I didn't, although I had to keep a stern upper lip to keep those disciples of Tamal Krishnamars functioning, I guess would be the word, or let them understand that separation and grieving and sadness and vacancy and emptiness are all just a symptom of love, but it's the other side of love. I saw that a Baptist church marquee, friends multiply joy and they divide sorrow. And so when you have friends, you experience all sides of the love. And I couldn't think of anything. I just told you, I said, this was one of my pillars of my association to Mount Krishna Maharaj. And I said, and it's at that time we actually became much more close. Before we knew each other, we would Haribol. There was no, what would you say, me making jokes that I gave $20,000 to something and never really did. And then it was more of a formal or, just casual relationship, but that really opened up at the passing of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj. And so, yeah, I just want you to know the depth of gratitude that I have on this day, and the depth of gratitude that most of us, I can't imagine any of us wouldn't have, because of your good example, and how you actually consider everything very, very deeply. It's just like, we're involved in the spiritual advisors for all of Texas and many places we get involved in. And the depth of your, what would you say, the way you go through it, and then give me the little opportunity to try to open it up in a way that may make it a little lighter. That's my light side, and have that opportunity to serve you that way is a real privilege. Well, it's nice to make but pictures. And so on this auspicious Vyasa Puja day of yours, I would just like to offer my humble obeisances and thank you for the decades of association. And pray that, I know you won't give me up. You'll never, you're just not that kind of person, but and I can't even say not stop tolerating me, because that you would already automatically do too. But just know that I really consider you a very loving friend, one that I can count on, one that I and open up. I know your ethnic background isn't Catholic, neither is mine, but I wouldn't mind going into the confessional with you sometimes and just opening the heart as we do many times. We do that many times. It's like a confessional. We have that ability to keep the sacred circle where whatever goes in doesn't come out unless permission is given. And the advice you give is priceless. And your association is priceless, and you were priceless for me. And I only wished I had the potency of Indradumna Maharaj to get you to eat some ice cream. I was quite impressed the fact that he got you to eat ice cream, and I'm thinking, who is this personality? So anyway, Maharaj, my humble obeisances on this very auspicious day. And it's funny when Neela Madhava asked me to, if I'd like to, if he invited me to speak a little bit, I said, I thought I already did that. But then I realized that was just my offering for Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja that day, where I had read your offering to Srila Prabhupada, and it was on the second reading that I actually got a glimpse of the depth of the meaning of that offering, which was magnificent. I mean, it was just, the depth was just, I don't know, what do you say, fathomless? It was really, really impressive, because that understanding, I don't know how many people can have that kind of understanding of the heart and the mission of Srila Prabhupada by that, all that association. And I really, really appreciate that. And so, happy Vyasa Puja Day, happy birthday on September 13th. And please, let's get our schedules together so we can talk a little bit more. And I promise that when I get the inspiration, I'm going to send you a little note. What's your situation now? Hare Krishna Maharaj, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to all your service to His Divine Grace and all the Vaishnavas. I've actually participated in several of your Vyasa Pujas, South Africa, Mauritius, all the different ones, but I was just blacked out in the corner because so many people were speaking. And then I would send you a little note about what I heard during the thing, and you would always say, oh, you were there, or did somebody tell you? And I was there all at once. So thank you very much, Maharaj. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll have our own separate talk.
Well, thank you, Maharaj. Very kind of you to come and bless us with some words. Hare Krishna. Guru Maharaj, we have a few.
I'm going to black out my picture. I'm going to keep these electronic frequency EMF, electronic magnetic frequency devices in my ear and listen, because I have to multitask, because it's getting close to me taking care of my mind. I just want this block my
one thing.
Listen and
okay. Since you mentioned that, if devotees are in a position to keep their videos on, I prefer it. Then I can see them. It's more.
Oh yeah, that's nice, isn't it? Yeah, it's nice. So I don't want you to see me walking around and doing that. But I'll jump back on when things are completed.
Right.
Around 6 o'clock. Around 6 o'clock your time.
Right. We'd love to have you and stay with us, Maharaj. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be here not only in spirit but in audio.
Okay. So Guru Maharaj, our next speaker, I have to say this, that we've been hearing this phrase, like you, Guru Maharaj, you mentioned to us several times, that Krishna consciousness is just love masqueraded as a philosophy. Well, that person who told you that and the person who spoke to you first is here with us. So we'd like to request Bharadaraj Prabhu to unmute and say a few words, sweet, and keep it short so we can complete this segment. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so very much for this opportunity to join this illustrious and glorious gathering. So many exalted personalities showing their love and their appreciation. I'm humbled and moved by all the statements and all the words of true praise for you, dear Giriraj. You once called me a bosom friend, and that even though I was so surprised to hear you refer to our relationship that way, I believe it's true, and I hold it very deep in the core of my heart. I really cannot say enough of what our relationship means to me, both in a personal way, as just real friendship in the material world, and the way that we have sat or stood or rested by Srila Prabhupada and received us, both of us kind of in that moment received his blessing and his encouragement. So I want to say, just want to recall some key moments in my meeting you and what I had referred to, sort of being together by Srila Prabhupada and receiving his love together in that sense. And the very, very first memory I have, of course, is sometimes what you have mentioned and remember, and your memory is far, far better than mine. But I do recall our first meeting, which was at a university engagement. I believe it was Brandeis. I believe that was the university that you had attended at that time, and there was an engagement with several of the Boston devotees present on stage in an auditorium, and we had a roaring, incredible roaring kirtan with Srila Prabhupada sitting up on a podium on the stage, and with all the devotees, dancing around him, and it was so ecstatic. By the end of that, I had gone back to the back of the auditorium and was just appreciating, and Prabhupada spoke, and I was hearing that speech from the back of the auditorium. And then at some point, a person walked in, or maybe that person was already there, but somehow or other, I was asked about the event and who was speaking and what this was all about. And then at that point, we engaged in a conversation that had transported both of us to a different dimension. And I just remember entering into by your invitation, entering into a state which I can only describe as an ecstatic state, a trance almost. And I just remember speaking, just kind of becoming this this channel of the words of the Bhagavad Gita. And I know I went on for some time. And at the end of that conversation, or at the end of, whatever our exchange took place, I had a feeling that that we had just made a lifelong connection. Don't ask me how, but that's how it came across. And in fact, it did continue, because we kind of stayed together, because you had offered to the use of your vehicle to drive a number of us, the devotees, to the, I don't think it was directly to the temple, but I think he took us to a subway station. And that conversation was carried on. You were so intense and so thirsty in your manner, and you repeatedly asked questions, and there was no end to these questions. And then I remember when we finally got to the location, and you had stopped the vehicle in front of the station, the subway station, and the devotees were beginning to sort of leave the vehicle. It was actually in traffic. You weren't even parked. You had just stopped in the middle of the road. I think there might have been a light there, and then you had asked a question, but we had already stopped, and so the devotees were beginning to file out of the vehicle, the van, and go into the station, and you simply left the vehicle there and followed the devotees to continue the conversation. This was, as I understand it, it was a completely, we were all just transported just by your presence and your intense mood. We were all transported to this kind of another time, another space that was not directly related to the physical reality that we were present in. So this was our first meeting, and this I will never forget that. And the second one, the second instance which I wish to recall is the time. I think it might have been a day after, or maybe a couple of days after. I don't remember. Perhaps you do. But you had come to the temple. And it was one of the first lectures Srila Prabhupada had delivered. It was in the evening time. And you were in the audience at the time. And I cannot even recall the entire lecture. The only thing what I recall is that at some point when Prabhupada asked if there are any questions, which he invariably did, and invariably there were no questions, or rarely, you had stood up. And it was an incredible moment, because you said, and you spoke in such direct but humble but kind of direct and strong way. You said, now did I understand what you had said, Swamiji, that now I thought that I had understood that I am God, but you say we are not. I am not. What is the how shall I understand this? And Srila Prabhupada said, he said, that's all right. You are God, but you are not that God. You are a different kind of God. You are a God that sometimes is God and sometimes is not. It was such a unexpected and totally transcendental exchange. So powerful. And in that moment, I was really wondering, who is this person? And what is his actual relationship with Srila Prabhupada? Because obviously this is a relationship that had existed before. And it's just sort of being recognized again in this moment. And then the next moment, without a word, you had simply bowed down in full dandavat. You stretched out on the floor in front of Srila Prabhupada. And the whole room just went, Haribo! This is what I remember.
Yes, you will remain the first devotee who ever spoke with me. And you are so high on Krishna consciousness. I mean, it was just a stream of nectar about Krishna and the Bhagavad Gita. And you're saying how, in the Krishna showed his universal form, and then Arjuna wanted to see his four-armed form, and then Arjuna wanted to see his original two-armed form. And it's really Srila Prabhupada's mercy that we met, and we've been together all these years. Yeah. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you,
my dear Giriraj. Hare Krishna.
Viraj Prabhu. So nice to see you. So nice to hear from you today.
Thank you.
Completely. Thank you again. Yes. So to complete this segment with our special guests, I would like to call upon another nice devotee who Guru Maharaj has helped you extensively in your book writing project. She has designed the book jackets for all your books.
Oh.
It's none other than Maya Priya Dasi. We humbly request Maya Priya Dasi Prabhu to unmute and share some words with us today. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and your divine grace. So thank you for allowing me to speak today on this most auspicious occasion. So I was thinking how just as Krishna appears with his entourage, so you're a key figure in the entourage of our beloved spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. And, we all know that you've accomplished so much around the world, in Bombay and so many places, but I'm only going to speak about how you've impacted us personally in since we've met. So actually, I got your association, I think, very kind of late in life with watering the seed. And I think you kind of contacted me to sort of rescue that cover. And since then, I've just been so honored to be able to also work on all your books. I'm just so honored. I just love to look at them all and, stacked up next to each other and remember how much interaction we had during the production of those almost daily and oftentimes daily, and just trying to get them so perfect. And one of the things that I've been the most impressed with actually in working with you on your books is how what a keen eye you have and how meticulous you are. And this makes for me, we get so many books by so many different Vaishnavas, and oftentimes, even though they're wonderful books, they're rife with typos or other problems. But yours are just meticulous, and that's because you have such a discerning eye. I've worked with so many authors, and the only one who comes close to you is Mukunda Maharaj. He's very meticulous too, but you take the cake. You're just you catch things even in design. Like most recently, the BBT logo being slightly tilted. I mean, I didn't see it, but you saw it and we fixed it. But anyway, every time you've ever contacted me to work on your books, I'm just so happy and honored to be included in the team. So I thank you for that. Also, I wanted to mention that since actually our getting to know each other and watering the seed, that you have become, for me, along with my husband Amita Chara, my go-to Shiksha guru. Whenever we've had any difficulties here in executing our duties as college preachers, we've come to you for help. And every time your Shiksha has been just invaluable. You've seen through things and you've seen very clearly, and when you're involved in something, it's a little difficult, but you just see so clearly, and you've given us such wonderful Shiksha. So we thank you again for that. And along with all your millions of good qualities, one that I'd like to mention is that particularly stands out for me is your thoughtfulness. And by that, you're of course compassionate and you're kind, but by thoughtfulness, I mean that I'm really struck with how closely you listen, and how with that very humble quality of listening when people are asking you questions or talking with you, and you pause, and always there's a very thoughtful answer. You never get the feeling that you're just waiting for the person to stop talking so you can talk. And that happens to people. But you listen very carefully. And so because you're such a wonderful listener, your Shiksha is all the more heavy with good instruction and realization. And so I thank you for that wonderful quality. I also wanted to mention that several years back, you accepted two of our dearest spiritual children and named them in Karunavatar and Kishori Radha. And they've just thrived under your care, and they're just wonderful devotees. And so we're so happy that they came to you and approached you for Diksha. And we hope that we can bring you some more qualified disciples. But certainly we're so grateful that you've taken them under your wing, and that you've instructed them and cared for them so personally and so nicely, because they're wonderful devotees. And I also wanted to mention how much we appreciated that after that one Sadhu Sangha retreat, you, or was it two Sadhu Sangha? Well, anyway, you came through Charlottesville and stayed and with us. And I know it was a big austerity because you'd been traveling a lot, and Sadhu Sangha is very exhausting for everyone, but for those who are particularly sought after for association like yourself. And of course, our house is now a tirtha because you graced it. But beyond that, the devotees in Charlottesville were so enlivened. Our little sangha, we're so enlivened to have you there, and we appreciate that you took that time to visit with us and to honor us with your association. And we also appreciate that after you left, you sent us that wonderful deity of Narottam Das Thakur, and it graces our altar next to Sri Sri Gauranatai and Sri Sri Krishna Balaram. And every time we garland him, we think of you and we thank you for that wonderful gift. I also wanted to thank you, even though at least at this stage of our lives, we haven't needed it, but wanted to thank you for the Kirtan Ashram for women in Mayapur and for developing the Bhaktivedanta Hospice. As our God brothers and sisters age, we see that it was frankly one of the most important projects of recent years, because so many have needed it and so many have been able to leave this world in Vrindavan in care of devotees, and that's a very special service that you did. So I don't want to take up too much time. So I appreciate your guidance. I appreciate your friendship. I appreciate that you've allowed me to help you with your books, and I hope that will continue as you continue to write, if possible. And I thank you for being a truly humble and dedicated disciple of Srila Prabhupada since you first joined in 1969 with no wavering. And we hope that we can celebrate many, many more of your appearance days together. So, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. And that was wonderful. So heartwarming and encouraging. And by the way, did you get the dummy of the Juhu book yet?
No, I haven't. Have you?
I did, but I don't have a trained eye like you, so I would really like you to let me know when you get it.
Okay, I will. For sure I will. I had wondered if I should have gotten it by now, but I don't know. I'm a little further out in the country and maybe a little further from where it was being sent. But when did you get it?
A day ago.
Okay.
A day or two. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll watch for it. Did they have the jacket also?
Bhaktidas, can you hand me that? I mean, it's blank.
Right.
But.
Okay. So it really doesn't show us too much, does it?
No, and then it has the glossy pages inside where the photos will go.
Okay.
But I guess what I was thinking is, you know, what you think of the paper and all that.
Okay.
Yeah, the glossy. Okay.
I'll be glad to see the whole thing finally together, won't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're getting close.
Getting close. That's right. Thank you. Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you, Maya Priya Prabhu. Thank you for inspiring us and with your sweet words. We truly appreciate your presence with us. And now we will request another special devotee who has joined us for a while now. He's a writer, he's a scholar, and author of many books. Maharaj, you very close friend of yours, Kalakanta Prabhu. who is here with us. He's also known to be an exalted preacher at the Krishna House in Gainesville. So Kalakanta Prabhu, please unmute and share some words with us. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Vanchakalpadrubhascha, Kripa Sindhubhyevacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Thank you, Madhava Prabhu, for inviting me. Thank you, Giriraj Maharaj, for being in our lives. And it's a wonderful opportunity to, for me to appreciate a few of your qualities today and make one request also. First among your qualities, as I was considering your association, what it's like to be with you, I was reminded of Einstein and his theory of relativity, how time is relative. And when I'm with you, I see that you are functioning on a different time wave than I and perhaps most of us. In athletics, they say when an excellent player gets really good at the game, whether it's baseball or basketball or football or soccer, the game slows down for that person. And when it slows down, they are able to make the plays with more expertise because they can analyze things and react to them much more efficiently. So looking at you, being with you, I'm reminded of a devotee for whom Krishna consciousness has slowed down. The game has slowed down for you, and you see in more depth than I feel when I'm with you. In fact, when I'm with you, I feel I'm seeing someone in the Shuddha Sattva, in the mode of purified goodness, and my own tendencies towards passion and ignorance become more exposed. So this quality, Brahmatirtha Prabhu described it as keeping a cool head. And I know that Srila Prabhupada appreciated that about you. It's the ability to see, to not react, and to evaluate and respond thoughtfully. And those who've appreciated your ability to listen and hear and offer counsel are describing the same quality in a different way. Like I also appreciate your efforts to make hospice arrangements for your godbrothers and godsisters. That's also a function of being able to see things in the long term. And the amount of effort you've made in this direction is really outstanding and has helped raise awareness among the rest of us about the importance of caring for the devotees who have given so much to Srila Prabhupada and are leaving this world. So by serving these devotees, you are offering yet another wonderful service to His divine grace. I wanted to close with two instances of association that have been impactful in my life. One day I was shopping at Sam's, buying some things for Krishna House, and I got out of the blue, a call from Giriraj Swami. So you were calling to ask about his couplet in one of my Vyasa puja poems I'd written as an offering a few years earlier. And I was just stunned that anyone had ever even read these offerings. What to speak of an exalted devotee like you. So you're asking me to clarify the meaning, what I was trying to say in this particular stanza. And it was so inspiring to me that you cared, that you were interested, that you read and understood what I was trying to say as your younger brother in glorifying our spiritual master. So that inspired me to put some offerings together. I wrote to you and asked if you'd be kind enough to write a foreword, which you did. And that it was a great inspiration for me in my work, my efforts to try to write. So I enjoy your books. I appreciate the various very pertinent topics of glorifying the devotees in their lives, talking about Srila Prabhupada in such depth, and now particularly the Bombay episode, which I, like many others, are anxiously waiting to read. So in closing, may I take your permission to close with a joke that will put in context what I'm going to say? Is that all right?
Yes.
If it's not a joke, I heard from Brahmatirtha, so it's safe. So there was a gambler who was a very successful man through his gambling and intrigue. And cheating. He had raised millions of dollars. But he was a great miser as well. But as he was aging, he went past a church one day and he started thinking, maybe I should hedge my bet just in case. So for the first time in his life, he went into the church, sat through a service, and then when the offering plate came around, he put in $5. Shortly after that, he died. And then he ascended to heaven. He came to the pearly gates, and there St. Peter was there, who said, "What are you doing here?" And the man said, I put my $5 in the offering plate. St. Peter said, "Let me check my records just a minute." He comes back, hands the man a $5 bill, and says, "Take your lousy $5 and go to hell." In 1977, and I doubt you would remember this, but it made an impression on me. You had just taken sannyas from Srila Prabhupada this February or March of 1977 in Mayapur. And at that time, we had two buildings there, the Lotus Building and the Chakra Building. And I was housed in the Chakra Building with 5 or 6 other brahmacharis. So you came knocking on the door. There happened to be no one in the room but me at that moment. And you and Jayad Waiter Maharaj were there with your top class begging dakshin for Srila Prabhupada. So as a brahmachari, I had virtually no money, but I had got 20 rupees. So I gave each of you 10 rupees. That was all I had. And I was even thinking, why are they going in the brahmachari section? But then again, there weren't many other sections to go in at that time. So anyway, I gave 10 rupees, and I just want to make sure that you don't try to refund that money. Because as your younger brother, I'm counting on that you have offered that dakshin to Srila Prabhupada. And so I am connected through you, and I am heavily counting on that contribution in my spiritual portfolio. So thank you very much, Maharaj, for being who you are, being with us. Please live a long life and give us much more of your association. Hare Krishna.
Yeah, thank you for that brilliant offering. And yeah, thank you for coming to Carpentry and visiting me and introducing me to Arjuna and his wife Surabhi, who now have a baby. And yeah, whenever I see them, of course, I think of you, which brings great joy to my heart. And you have so many of your books, and yeah, keep writing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Kalakanta Prabhu. Thank you so much for coming, for inspiring us, for speaking with us today. Next, we will roll a short video, Guru Maharaj. Someone sent a very special message for you, so we will play that right now.
Dear Giriraj Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. Glorious to Srila Prabhupada. Understand that your Vyasa puja is now being observed by your disciples in many places throughout the world. I understand that they're gathering online with their computers and monitors and offering appropriate worship to you on this auspicious day. I decided that I would like to also take part in it, if you allow me, and please forgive me for what I have to say, but what I have to say is genuine, and I feel it's appropriate to offer it to you on this auspicious occasion. I'd like to express my gratitude for your friendship, which is something I value very much, is an important part of my life. For your dedication to Srila Prabhupada, which always illuminates my consciousness when I'm in your association. For always encouraging me to chant japa with you, even though I can't be attentive to my japa as you are. For your disciples, who are always very kind to me. For your wisdom, which can always be relied upon when I need an answer to a serious question I can't resolve on my own. For your generosity, by always being willing to share what you have in Srila Prabhupada's service with others. For your example, through which you always teach me to at least try to be as caring about others as you are. For your humility, never wanting praise even though you are most deserving of it. For your spontaneity, which never ceases to amaze me when I see how deliberate you are to use every second as an opportunity to be engaged in Srila Prabhupada's service. For your standard of deity worship, which always reminds me of how important it is to keep Krishna at the center of our lives. For your anecdotes of Srila Prabhupada, which are probably one of the most valuable treasures I can expect to receive from you every time I visit. For your books, which are proof of how deeply you meditate on every detail when it comes to expanding on the philosophy and Srila Prabhupada's pastimes. For your encouragement, which I've experienced on numerous occasions when you ask me philosophical questions, even though you know better how to answer the questions than I do. For the way you share yourself with your friends, even though I don't deserve so much of your attention. For being someone I can pray to with confidence every night before I take rest. And for being you, and I can't thank you enough for that. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for everything, and probably a lot more. If I would give it the time, I'm sure there are many more ways that you've changed and improved my life. And I thought I should express that to you because you're a very dear God brother of mine. Hare Krishna, may you have a very happy Vyasa Puja with your disciples. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Wow, that was amazing. It was very, very poetic and touching and humbling because he is such an exalted Vaishnava. And I've learned so much from him. But it's his kindness to see so much in me. But I do remember when he was staying here once, he was telling me all the people that he prays to, God brothers, and he included me in the list. And then the next morning, when he was actually going to be leaving, I said, is that true that you really pray to all of us, including me? And he said, yes, it is. And I said, well, I don't know how that works because I pray to you. Mm-hmm. And he said, I don't know, maybe I'm getting it a little wrong, but then, because in the end he said, I don't know how that works because I'm praying to you. But I guess that's our, that's fine. I mean, yeah, we pray to each other. Pray to each other for association and guidance and support, enlightenment. Yeah. Well, my deep appreciation, gratitude to His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj. Krishna.
Um, Thank you. And now we have another special devotee from Los Angeles, ISKCON New Dwarka Temple, president of New Dwarka Temple, so Vas Prabhu here with us. I'm not sure if Tadit Mataji is with her, but we welcome you both. And I want to thank you for all the help you have provided to us disciples in serving our Guru Maharaj in Los Angeles. So we welcome you, so Vas Prabhu. Please unmute yourself and share some words with us. Haribo.
Okay.
Yes.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Haritana Padmanina, Vaishnava Namo Maha. Sai Maharaj, Haribo. Happy Vyasa Puja Day. I'm actually honored to be here. I'm very, after hearing all of the different devotees speaking, I was just thinking, wow, I learned so many nice things about you. I think that my association with you, unfortunately, it wasn't with any like real service side by side, but the years that you've been now living close to Los Angeles, I got to know you, and I really appreciated your association. I recall that when you first came to California, I was speaking with Suradas Prabhu, and I was asking him, do you know very much about Giriraj Maharaj? I knew about your history in Bombay from different devotees, but I said, do you know very much about Giriraj Maharaj? And Sura Prabhu said to me, well, I know somewhat about him, but I do know that he's a Chicago man. He comes from the north side. And I just thought, wow, that's great. I'm sure I'll never have any problems associating with Maharaj, because I'm from Chicago too. So I thought, wow, two Chicago men, they can get along. So it was just like an inside joke, but it was nice because I felt that what little I didn't know about you personally, I was able to acquire that knowledge just through the years of being in your association. And it's very pleasing. You know, I heard so many wonderful things today, but in my perspective, you're such a gentleman. I mean, it just amazes me every time that you'd come to New Dwarka, and how you were always the same. It wasn't something that you just did. It was you, and it took me a few meetings with you to realize that how a wonderful person you are. You're a gentleman, and it inspired me to try to think about being a gentleman. And I really appreciated that, because in doing this service and in Krishna consciousness, you have to know where that is. You try to find that where you can be a real gentleman. And by your association, I think I've developed that desire to want to be a gentleman, to be a nice person, and have good character. And the reason I felt that was such a big thing with you, because you were always so encouraging to me. Whenever we'd have our little talks, you'd come and we'd sit for a bit with each other, and you showed and exhibited so much concern about the LA temple, about the devotees, about me. You'd ask about my wife Tadit, and you'd ask different questions, which you don't really get that kind of interaction a lot of times, because everybody's always so busy and they're coming in and out and doing so many different things. But you never faltered in that. Whenever you'd come, we'd have a nice little conversation. You'd ask me about specific devotees. You would ask about the book distribution, the temple program, the brahmacharis, and just the deity worship. You would just be so kind-hearted and so concerned. And I felt that was really an amazing characteristic to have. And I learned from that. I have to tell you honestly, I learned from you how to develop this concern, and how to listen, and how to really be thoughtful. That's another thing that I really admire about you so much. You're very thoughtful. You're thoughtful in your questions and in your answers. Sometimes in our conversations, I could say something, and if you didn't have an immediate answer, you would be real, honest and say, well, let me think about that. Let me think about that for a while. I'll get back in touch with you. And I thought that was really, in the service that you do here, it's a pretty amazing characteristic to have, to say that, well, I'll think about it and, I'll look into it and I'll let you know. Usually we just kind of like pass things by and just, oh, whatever, sure, and just kind of move on. But you had this characteristic that was just, it was like that. It was so thoughtful, and your wisdom is so deep. Whenever you'd give class here, I would always be wondering, well, what's Maharaj going to say this time? And each time it was something completely different than what I thought it was going to be. I tried to always kind of think, well, he's going to say this, but you're completely different. And so I have to agree. You're a person who has a different, you're on a different level. Your wisdom is very deep. Your thoughtfulness is very, very unique. Your answers are always beautiful. You've exhibited an intelligence in serving Srila Prabhupada. You used that intelligence in serving Srila Prabhupada. And I thought that was unique. Reading about you in Bombay, you were an intelligent person, and you still are, but you utilize that intelligence for serving Krishna. And I think that that's really that's really amazing. That is beautiful, because so many people have intelligence, but somehow they don't want to use it for that purpose. But I think you've exhibited that characteristic in you, that you have this intelligence, and you gave it to Srila Prabhupada. You just gave it. You didn't think about it. So, and I can see from that, that's why I marvel at your accomplishments, because I can see that you used your intelligence, your wisdom, and gave it to Srila Prabhupada. And from that, so many wonderful things happen. And so, to me, those are really important things. And then on top of all that, to have a gentle character and heart, and that kind of was good for me, because everybody knows I'm probably pretty passionate. I'm in that Rajas mode. But every time you come, I have to like take a deep breath and swallow, and then come down, or I should say go up to that goodness platform. And you mellow me out, you level me out, and then I can sit there with you, and I can be like a good little boy, and I'm really listening to you, and it makes me feel so good. And after our conversations are over, I always remind myself, oh, Sebastian, you were a good boy. You were really a good boy, and I would be proud of that. I would actually feel proud of that I was a good boy when we would have a conversation. So you've helped me tremendously, and the devotees of New Dwarka, whenever they know that you're coming, everybody gets really excited. They love your classes. Just your demeanor and your nature is so good for us here in this concrete jungle of Los Angeles. And I think that when you come, you help us remember how Papa said that the temple is a Vaikuntha. It's a Vaikuntha place. And you coming reminds us, this is Vaikuntha. It's not Los Angeles. This is a Vaikuntha place. So, oh yeah, I just remembered one other thing. This is kind of neat. I like this. I heard some story about you some time back, about when in the early days of Boston, and you were given a class. I think it was a class or something like that. And in that particular class was a Mayavadi person, I guess an ordinary person, but he was like a Mayavadi, didn't believe in Krishna. So you were giving this talk, and in the course of that that talk, then he said, we're all one. Everything's one. And then I'm just kind of paraphrasing a little bit because I can't remember exactly everything. But you did make a comment, and in that comment you said, well, if everything's all one, then give me your wallet. And he froze. He didn't know what to do. And so you told this pastime to Srila Prabhupada, and he was very happy to hear that. Now that's actually very important because it reminds me of things of that particular time in those early days that you would run into so many of those individuals. And maybe that's where I used that line a lot. And I think it must have came from you because, somehow that got out into the ether of the ISKCON world. And so whenever we ran into the Mayavadis, like, the Guru Maharajis or something like that, that would be my favorite line. I said, well, if everything's on one, give me the shirt off your back then, or give me your wallet. And we would say that kind of stuff. And it was very a lot of fun. So really, you're a lot of fun to be around. I'm very grateful that you tolerate a person like me. But you have to know I'm from Chicago. What do you want? What can you expect? So happy Vyasa Puja Day. My pleasure to always be in your association. And please, when it's appropriate, when things happen nicely, please come by and visit us again in Dwarkadam. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Oh, thank you, Savasru. That was so encouraging and enlightening. I really had no idea of how I was affecting you. But yeah, I'm very aware of our common background of Chicago. And yeah, the last time I went out was for Gaur Purnima.
Yeah.
In New Dwarka. I didn't even know it, but even then some people didn't come because of the coronavirus. They were afraid. But I came, it was a wonderful event. And yeah, I'm looking forward to when the restrictions are lifted and I can come back again. But I feel very confident about New Dwarka under your leadership. You're like a rock, an immovable rock. And you take very good care of the devotees. And Amar, he's very involved now. In fact, he just lives off of Mahaprasad now.
Yeah.
Temple.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even Mimi.
Yes.
Yeah, she's. So yeah, I'm so happy that I'm so close to such a wonderful community like New Dwarka and under such worthy leadership. And I really appreciate your awareness of japa. I always say how you get up at 2 a.m. to chant your rounds before Mangal Arati, because being the temple president after Mangal Arati, anything could come up and then what happened to your rounds. So that's it. That's really, really exemplary. And in our discussions, you mentioned that you could tell if someone was chanting his 16 rounds or not, because there's something about them that's different if they're not chanting their 16 rounds and if they are. So my request to everyone, especially in New Dwarka, but to chant those 16 rounds. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srila, one purport Srila Prabhupada writes, of all the spiritual masters' instructions, the instruction to chant a minimum of 16 rounds daily is most essential. So I don't know why I said that, but we should chant our rounds as best we can. Thank you so much, Subhas Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Hare
Krishna.
Thank you, Subhas Prabhu. So nice to see you.
There you go.
So we have only three devotees who are scheduled to speak before we end this part of the segment, but we have much more nectar to present, including that Juhu video that some devotees have put together, which we would like to show pretty soon. But before that, I would like to welcome Urvashi Dasi to share a few words with us. She's local to us. She's geographically not too far from Guru Maharaj. So Urvashi Mataji, please unmute and share some words, sweet and short, so we can complete this segment. Haribol.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances, Giriraj Maharaj. All glories to our beloved spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. It's, happy birthday. Happy Vyasa puja for you, a most blessed event, and I'm honored to be here. I've been listening to your offerings yesterday and today, and I appreciate such wonderful, heartfelt offerings being given to you. And you have been likened to the morning star in one of the offerings and likened to the moon. And I was hoping somebody wouldn't steal my thunder because I have written a poem for you. I guess it's a poem, and it's about the North Star. So here it is. The North Star you are, Maharaj, the North Star of ISKCON, keeping our society on the straight and narrow. The North Star guiding us out of difficulties and guiding us to the joys of Krishna consciousness. The North Star always keeping us secure in the journey that our beloved spiritual master has laid before us. The treacherous path, yet blissful. The difficult path, yet simple. The North Star, it is always there. It is always in the same place. We can always find it and depend upon its direction to follow. You are the North Star, Maharaj. Thank you for being that bright, steady light for all of us. So, I've never had the opportunity to actually do service directly with you, but I've observed you from a distance before you moved to California. Being early disciples of Srila Prabhupada, we have experienced many austerities without a thought for ourselves, but only to serve Srila Prabhupada. It didn't seem like austerities though, because we were always so blissful about it. I think back now how I've lived in so many cities serving Srila Prabhupada, but I know nothing of those cities. I only know the experience of the temple, getting into the car, going to a street, doing Sankirtan, getting back in the car, and going to the temple, back to the temple. You are truly a soldier of Srila Prabhupada and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to spread the holy name to every town and village. Your deep dedication to the mission is so felt, noticed, and appreciated throughout the world. I'm amazed at how many devotees are glorifying your influence on them and the movement. You are strict, yet you are so personal and caring for the welfare of the devotees. Hearing the stories of how you have been so compassionate and always ready to take the time to recognize and acknowledge the devotees. It reminds me of the story of my mother's jam, her offering to Srila Prabhupada, how in the middle of so much going on at the opening of the Krishna Balaram temple in 1975, it was very important to Srila Prabhupada to acknowledge the offering directly to my mother. Maharaj, you remind me so much of Srila Prabhupada. You are filled with all saintly qualities. You are humble, without pride, which is so important to render pure service. I feel so fortunate to have your association in Carpinteria, just like half an hour away. Thank you for all the invitations to your house, to your ashram. Thank you for all the times I have sat at the table with you and the devotees for prasadam, even though it's late at night. The serious times and the casual times, and yes, the really hilarious times spent with you. You have been so active throughout the world with such important, influential service. These COVID days are difficult without being able to associate with all our God brothers and God sisters and to associate with you. I was thinking, no need for you to desire to join Srila Prabhupada, as you are already cent for cent with him. Please stay with us, as we could not bear to lose you. It would be just too much for our hearts, which would surely break and not be repairable again. All glories to your service to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to your wonderful, glorious disciples. Thank you. Thank you, Maharaj.
That was very touching and yeah, heartfelt and Prabhupada conscious. And I'll try to stay as long as possible. I have, I mean, it's hard to say, but I do have some hope, because one year when I was in Dallas, I was thinking, you know, I'm so slow. I need more time to do what I meant to do. And just when I had that thought in my mind, I went down to the temple room, and it was just leading up to Tamal Krishna Goswami's, he had already left, but it was leading up to his appearance day. And so in the temple room, someone was reading from a book called TKG Memories, which I believe is compiled by Sarvabhauma Das in Houston. And so one of the items in that book was something like purveyor of good news. And it was discussing how Tamal Krishna Goswami would share good news with the devotees when he got it from Srila Prabhupada. So on this one occasion, he said, Prabhus, I was just with Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Prabhupada said that Krishna wants us to go back to Godhead in this very lifetime. And if we need more time, Krishna will extend our life beyond what it was meant to be, just so that we can finish up and go back to Godhead in this very lifetime. And I thought, wow, this was just what I was thinking I need. So I'm whatever, hoping and expecting, well, praying that, you know, that Krishna will give me time, more time to serve all of you and Srila Prabhupada and his mission. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Arasi Mataji. So nice to see you with your beautiful Ojai backdrop. So to end, we just received a video message from a close friend of yours from Northern California. And thank you to the tech team for putting it together. So if the video is ready, can we roll?
to His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj and his followers. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. When one's guru leaves the world, one may take shelter of a senior godbrother or sister as a representative of one's guru. Of course, one may take shelter of more than one. I have chosen Giriraj Maharaj as one such absolutely vital guide in my practice of devotional service. And there are important reasons why. The first is that I trust him implicitly. He has been unwavering in his service to Srila Prabhupada throughout all the phases of his life, a feat that I have personally witnessed and admired. His service has been impeccable and noteworthy. The second is that he knows well Srila Prabhupada's moods and methods. Whenever I'm wondering what Srila Prabhupada would do or say, I ask Giriraj Maharaj, and he tells me. His guidance comes not only from his realizations, from hearing from Krishna within the heart, but also and especially from what he has heard and learned from his many years of personal, intimate association with Srila Prabhupada. The third is that Maharaj knows Gaudiya Vedanta philosophy. He not only knows the tattvas, but he teaches them in understandable, practical ways that I can understand. Fourth, although he is a senior godbrother and a venerable Vaishnav, he extends himself to one and all, and to my surprise, this includes me. I can testify that because of Maharaj's warm and loving friendship, especially in times of need, I have been much encouraged to go on fighting the good fight to help spread Lord Chaitanya's movement. Thank you, Maharaj. And finally, but leaving thousands of his glories unspoken, he is one of the best champions of book distribution in our Krishna consciousness movement. At any time when devotees ask him for guidance and support for this important service, Maharaj unhesitatingly gives his wholehearted attention. Personally, I am fully dependent on Giriraj Maharaj's mercy, and I pray that I may always be in his association and serve him in this life and the next. All glories to Giriraj Maharaj and to this holy day, the occasion of his divine appearance. Hare Krishna.
That was very encouraging. And yes, my dear devotees, distribute books, distribute books, distribute books. And yeah, there are many great book distributors. New Dwarka has always been a leader in book distribution. I remember back in the old days, during Srila Prabhupada's presence, there was a great competition between Tamal Krishna Goswami and his Radha Damodar party and the Los Angeles temple. And I happened to be sitting in Srila Prabhupada's room in Juhu, the old room at the back. And so he was talking about this competition, and he said if Los Angeles defeats the Radha Damodar party, Tamal Krishna will have a heart attack. So, yes, Vaisheshika Prabhu is such a great champion of distributing Prabhupada's books and reading them, which is also very important. Become a sage page by page. So, yes, I'm grateful to him for that message, to whoever arranged it. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Vaisheshika Prabhu, for this beautiful offering. So we have the Juhu video ready to roll, but before that, I want to introduce our next speaker, who is a close friend of our Guru Maharaj, whom I also personally interacted with whenever there's computer-related problems that we face with Guru Maharaj service. I always contact him and reach out to him, and he's here with us. So I request Deva Prasta Prabhu to kindly unmute himself and share some words with us. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Golly, I'm sort of overwhelmed with a mixture of being very honored to be invited to be part of this, but also very humbled by all the expressions of affection and gratitude. It's a very exalted assembly here, and thank you very much for letting me be part of it. When I think about different association I've had with you and opportunities I've had at japa retreats and Sadhu Sangha and helping you with your computer and associating with your disciples, I think the overwhelming emotion is gratitude. I'm really kind of at a loss how to say anything nice. I'm not so articulate, but such a depth of gratitude for the qualities you exhibit, your ability to, your very keen intelligence, and you can dive into the scriptures. And I've seen you do this at our home when you stayed here. I've seen you with just a few devotees in the room. I've seen you do it at Sadhu Sangha with thousands of devotees in the room. You'll dive deep into the shastras, the scriptures, and you'll find a verse, and you'll find a statement, Prabhupada's purport, and you'll extract it in such a way that's just perfect for the moment and perfect for the audience, and so enlivening for the soul. And I've seen you do that repeatedly, and it's just amazing and very uplifting. You also teach by example, something that I've heard you mention many times, of how you say you're dependent on the association of devotees, and that's both exhibits your humility and also teaches us by example that we need the association of others. And certainly you provide association for us so much, but to see your hunger for that association of devotees is very encouraging and very instructive and very enlivening. And personally, I have some deep gratitude. Through you, I had a deep experience. I don't know if I probably can explain it very well, but I was at a low point in my spiritual life, struggling with rounds and just having a hard time in general. And somehow, by the mercy of devotees, they arranged a visit to your ashram, and you basically connected me somehow or other to the mercy of Lord Sri Haridas Thakur. I think you gave me a photograph. And it was an amazing experience. And I remember seeing you a few months after that at a japa retreat. And I was able to express to you that you through that experience and the mercy of Haridas Thakur, my chanting transformed from a duty that I had to perform or was supposed to perform because of a vow I took, into an activity that I look forward to performing and cherish because of the connection to Krishna's holy name, and it was something that I look forward to eagerly. And that transformation was both life-saving for me and also very heartening and inspirational. So I want to thank you for that. I want to read one. It's a very short verse. It's a couple verses, but they're very short, from Narada Bhakta Sutra, because when I tried to think of how to express my sentiments, I thought, well, I have to find some relevant scripture, but this one jumped out at me that seemed to be appropriate. This is from Narada Bhakta Sutra, 3 texts, 38, 39, and 40. Mukyatas tu mahat kripayava, bhagavat kripa leshadva. That's text 38. Primarily, previous to this, there's different description of the means to attain achievement, to attain mercy. And so this in Narada Muni says, primarily, however, one develops bhakti by the mercy of great souls, or by a small drop of Lord's mercy. Text 39. Mahat sangas tu durlabho gamya moghas cha. The association of great souls is rarely obtained, difficult to understand, and infallible. And the last one at text 40. Labhyate pi tat kripayava. The association of great souls can be attained, but only by the Lord's mercy. So when I reflect on the association that you've given me through allowing me to do service for you, to help with your computer or whatever other service I can render, by just giving your association so generously, by sanctifying our home in your presence. When I meditate on those things, I realize that Krishna has indeed given me a great drop of his mercy in giving me your association. It's quite an amazing experience. And I think I came across a photo some time back that I took when I was in Mayapur. I think it was in 89 or 90, and I was a little surprised because I was so double-headed at the time. I was traveling with Mukunda Maharaj and some disciples, and I was a sign photographer. I was taking pictures of the different activities when I'm parikrama and pilgrimage, different places. And I had some vague memories of that trip, that experience in Vrindavan. But I was so dull-headed I didn't realize who all was present. And I was going through these pictures. I saw this photograph, and Mukunda Maharaj was there, and different disciples were there, and you were there next to Mukunda Maharaj. And I realized that this relationship has gone back some time, and how dull-headed I was, that I didn't realize at that time. I was too new to understand and relish the qualities you have in your person. But I also felt very sheltered that Krishna had put me kind of packed up in the association of his dear devotees for quite some time, even if I am not realizing who they are and their importance in my life. They're there, and you're one of those persons. And now I'm starting to realize it a little bit, and I'm feeling very grateful to Krishna for giving me this wonderful benediction. I feel very grateful to you for extending yourself in so many ways, and I just pray that I can always remember these events. I can always have association of your disciples, and I pray that one day again I can render some service to you as much as I'm able. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Krishna. Yeah, it's been a general practice that after Sadhu Sangha I drive up, and probably would have stopped by to see Maya Priya on the way, and then come and stayed with you. But that's not there this year. But my computer is full of programs that you've told me about and helped me download. And I always think of you and your good wife. And yeah, thank you for sharing all that with me. I also have some really good photos. Maybe they were the ones that you took of Mukunda Maharaj and his devotees in Mayapur with me there too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deva Prasta Prabhu, for all your help and your kindness for coming today and speaking with us. So we're going to roll a video, which we call the Juhu book video. This video was produced in a very short amount of time by a few disciples of yours, Nikunja Vilasini, Sudama Prabhu, with Kunti Devi's help. It's a prelude to all the devotees present today. We've been hearing about the coming of your new book. So hopefully this video will be a prelude to what it is about. So now we're going to roll this for your pleasure and for the pleasure of everyone here. Hare Krishna.
Kamalam Sri Gurum Vaishnava Vangscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathannitam Tam Sajivam Sadaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sagana Lalita Sri Vishakha Nitansham Bhaja Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi
One of the most important books about Srila Prabhupada. It's about Srila Prabhupada and his Leela of years of heartbreak and struggle in Juhu, Mumbai. No one else can write this book like His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj, because he was there from the beginning to the culmination.
It's been such an honor to work with Guru Maharaj on his books, but it's also really been just a pure pleasure. I love doing it. Some of the aspects that I really especially love about Guru Maharaj as an author, one is his commitment to historical fact. When he is writing, he is also consulting with other devotees. It is not simply his experience of history. It is also an account of the history itself. These memoirs that have been coming out in recent years, they tell the history of ISKCON. They tell the history of the legacy of Srila Prabhupada. And Guru Maharaj is so intent on all his books being entirely factual, not speculative. It's something he really had in common with Mother Yamuna Devi, and they discussed how important it is, that these memoirs are telling the history of ISKCON, and his ISKCON will be remembered forevermore based on these accounts. So I just love how he double checks facts, how he gets information from different sources and then verifies them. So you know when you're reading his books, you're reading what actually happened, not just a subjective account. Not all books are like that. Not all devotee memoirs are like that. I know one author actually put a disclaimer at the beginning of his book. Maybe the facts aren't exactly right, but this is how I experienced them. With Guru Maharaj, you know, these are the facts as they happened.
In September of 91, he became Giriraj Maharaj's secretary in Juhu, Bombay. And almost immediately he engaged me in researching material for his planned book on the history of Hare Krishna land. So I went through many interviews and interviewed many people, over 80 people and so many things. And then I typed everything on computer, and then I tried to classify the material or chronologically. And it took quite a lot of time because I was doing other security services also. And Maharaj himself was extremely busy, and he didn't really have much time to give to the book, especially because the material was not so well organized. But there was a breakthrough in 2015 when I visited Israel and met my godbrother, Rohini Nandan Prabhu, who brilliantly organized all the material with the search engine. And that really helped Maharaj work on his book. So finally, by the end of the decade, we came up with the 800 pages manuscript, which I've been copy editing 8 times. And every time, the amazing thing is that every time I was going through the whole thing, my appreciation for the book grew and grew and grew to such an extent that I thought, boy, this is going to be the law book for ISKCON Juhu for the next 10,000 years.
Also just love working with Guru Maharaj in his commitment to keep improving his writing. And I would say each of his books has been a significant improvement over the previous one, in particular, the writing of it, his means of expression, his means of recording. He never simply accepts a suggestion or a correction that I might have. Every time he wants to know what's the principle behind that. He wants to learn how to do it right. And as a result, I would say my service keeps getting easier and easier because he is already writing in that mode. He knows grammar and usage and conventions. He's learned them through his own writing, and he employs them incredibly well.
It took Srila Prabhupada almost 50 years before fulfilling the order of his Guru Maharaj to preach in the West. Similarly, almost 50 years have passed since Srila Prabhupada gave the instruction to write a book about the Juhu Lila, and you have been meditating on his instruction ever since, remembering so vividly every person, place, incident, and instruction. The writing of the Juhu story took longer than the building of the temple itself, and it seems that you had to muster up no less determination and faith in completing the book as when managing the building of the temple. The great number of documents from that period not only testify to the enormous complexities of the project, but also attest for the huge efforts needed to put all the many details into a fascinating, personal, and instructive tale in glorification of Srila Prabhupada. I think that this joyous moment of completing the book and sending it to print is no less blissful than the triumphs during the Jew project. This book is not only about the Jew story, it is part of the story itself.
They say that bhakti is all about attention to detail, even for the very little things. And during this process, Maharaj forces us to come to a higher level of consciousness in our service to Srila Prabhupada and to Lord Krishna. I'll Build You a Temple is a modern-day Mahabharata epic, a saga that will bring tears, joy, laughter, and so many different emotions as you read through the pages that describe the sheer strife, struggle, determination, and faith that Srila Prabhupada and his fledgling devotees underwent to build Sri Sri Radha Rasa Bihari, a most magnificent temple. I feel most privileged to have worked on this historic, monumental piece, which will serve as a guide to ISKCON devotees for centuries to come.
He is not a passive author who has his work edited. He is an active actor. He's actively involved in that. And he has a commitment to just keep improving. And I think he continually does. You can see this even in his spoken addresses. He has so internalized the principles of writing and language that even his talks and classes are naturally, organically focused and organized as he speaks them, as if they were already edited. I think it's amazing. I've never heard anyone like that. Any other speaker you see like that, they tend to be reading from a script. He is not reading from a script. This is coming all from inside. And sure enough, when we work afterwards on his talks, I would say from the last several years especially, there's very little editing to be done. They're just already so good.
You may know, Srila Giriraj Swami does everything in his service to Srila Prabhupada with unparalleled excellence. So you can imagine the standards we had to strive for to assist him in his wonderful offering of the Juhu book. The Juhu book was not an easy task. It took years of research and compilation of material, dozens of interviews, at least 3 years of writing and rewriting many drafts, revising and editing, proofreading, and many other aspects of publication. But Guru Maharaj did it with such pleasure and enthusiasm as he does anything for Srila Prabhupada, enlivening us to do the same. This book gives profound insights into Srila Prabhupada's mood and desires for Juhu and ISKCON, and I am sure it will be a guiding light for generations to come.
It must be very exciting to be so close to the completion of this huge labor of love. It's been a massive effort, and all of us who've assisted you know that you have spared no amount of care or effort or attention to make this offering to Srila Prabhupada as perfect as possible. One of the things that I took away from this story was the thought that all of the facilities that we enjoy today, the temples and schools and communities and online events, have all arisen from Srila Prabhupada's desire and through the monumental efforts of his surrendered disciples. Without him and without you all, none of this would exist. So we owe you a huge debt of gratitude for everything that you've done. And we're looking forward to seeing the book in print.
महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाद्यन्मन सोरसेना.
I think this is the most well, created the most emotional response in me. It's been a real journey to write the book, and I'm so appreciative and grateful to all the devotees who've helped, especially the editorial team, Kalachandji Das, Shakapriya, Madhurika, Nikunja Vilasani. And in the background, Rohini Nandan Prabhu gathered the material and organized it in a way that really facilitated the writing. I was very touched by what he said at the end of his little talk, that the book is not just a description of the Jew story, but it's part of the Jew story. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I'm just so grateful to all of you who've supported me and helped me in this process. And yeah, and up until the end, I mean, we went over it so many times and everything seemed perfect. And then fortunately, at the last minute, you could say, Vishaka Priya noticed that in the photo section, Ms. Trigunya's name was misspelled. So Maya Priya redid that page with the proper spelling. And so now I think it's all perfect. Although Kalachandji Prabhu says that editing is always a process of approaching a perfection that is never attained. But I'm really so grateful to all of you who've helped me in this effort. And not just on the literary side, but even like at the ashram here, Kunti Devi and the others just facilitating my keeping my body and soul together to do this service. So yeah, I'm really, really grateful to all of you. I had planned to be in India starting next month to launch the book, but now with the coronavirus pandemic, that's not possible, but the book will be coming out and there will be copies shipped from Mumbai to Los Angeles, and I'm sure many other places as well. Anyway, thank you very much, and thank you for putting together that beautiful video. Like really moving and inspiring and encouraging. Hare Krishna.
Well, thank you to the team that put that together. It is appropriate at this point for us to acknowledge a few devotees who have worked so hard to gather all these special guests today. Nilamadava Prabhu, Shraddha Devi Dasi, Kunti Devi, Nanurada. They've worked hard to contact these special guests to bring them together in one place at one time. So we thank you so much. And now I will hand over to Nilamadava Prabhu, who will introduce the next few speakers from Texas, from the Dallas and Houston community. I think he has a short video to show just before that. And then we will continue and complete the program pretty soon, right thereafter. There are two surprises from the younger generation that we'd like to show to Guru Maharaj and to the devotees, so stay tuned with us. Hare Krishna, Nilamadava, up to you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. So wonderful to be with everyone today and to have been with everyone for so many weekends now. That video was just amazing. I'm still trying to shake off the feeling of, I mean, it was just so powerful. And Guru Maharaj, I feel like this this sweet struggle of building the Juhu temple, we know certainly will go down in the history of Srila Prabhupada's movement, but Guru Maharaj, this book as well, and your magnificent and monumental effort of writing this book will also go down in history as such a perfect offering of love to your spiritual master. Our next few speakers are really the living representatives and sincere servants of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. We all know how dear Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj is to Guru Maharaj, and how dear Guru Maharaj is to Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. So before introducing these very senior disciples of Tamal Krishna Maharaj, we will show a short video.
I do consider him to be Srila Prabhupada's right-hand man. And I feel that even now, Srila Prabhupada is engaging him. And yeah, I feel he's a very important person in Srila Prabhupada's mission, not just from the history of his service and the instructions that he's left, but even now as Srila Prabhupada's messenger.
Nice. Nice to see Tamal Krishna Goswami and meet together again. One photo that was not included that crossed my mind was the one in which he and I were carrying the small deities of Radha and Krishna and Vrindavan. I think it's here. Yeah, this one. I always used to say, and it was true, that he was always a little ahead of me in everything. But in this picture, I'm ahead of him holding Radharani, and he's following me holding Krishna. And he said he liked that Krishna was after Radharani. Thank you for that nice video.
Thank you so much, Guru Maharaj. We're so grateful to have with us today 4 very senior disciples of Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. His Grace Rasagandra Prabhu, His Grace Nityananda Prabhu, His Grace Shamsundar Prabhu, and His Grace Sarvabhauma Prabhu. First, we'll request Rasagandra Prabhu to speak. Rasagandra Prabhu and his wife, Mother Padaduli, live in Houston. And they are just exemplary in their service in many ways. I see them personally to be just ideal grihastas, as they're so nicely raising their daughter, Tamal Priya, in Krishna consciousness, and really setting such a nice example for others, including myself and many other families. I one thing that really stands out to me about them is how they just care so deeply for the devotees. Some of you may know that they took care of Mother Kirtida so lovingly during her final days. And here's a picture here of Mother Kirtida with Tamal Krishna Maharaj and Mother Padaduli in the back there. And then also, they so lovingly took care of the mother of Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, Mother Lori, who also stayed with them. And Tamal Priya kind of grew up calling her grandma. And it literally felt that way to me in watching them so lovingly exchange with each other. And also I'll add that Rasikandar Prabhu was the one who actually initiated this whole idea to do a virtual Vyasa Puja celebration. So we are so grateful to him. And thank you so much, Prabhu, for joining us today. And you can go ahead and unmute yourself and show your video and please give your offering.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, it is a great honor to be part of this wonderful glorification. Of course, we missed you. The plan was you to celebrate your Vyasa Puja here in Houston. But in a certain way, there's a silver lining around every cloud. And this virtual opportunity has given this amazing facility for devotees from all over the world to continue such a wonderful glorification of your good self. So I'm deeply grateful for this opportunity. I remember when our spiritual master departed, I was thinking, who's going to give us the guidance? Who's going to tell us if we are following Srila Gurudev's instructions correctly? And you appeared all of a sudden in our lives, in the Dallas community. And we saw you as non-different than our spiritual master. And you've continued to give us your shelter, your instruction, and your association. And we see in you also your total surrender to Srila Prabhupada and to the will of Srila Prabhupada, which further reinforced our faith in you. And I also see in you the love for your God brothers. I read some of your offerings to Gopal Krishna Maharaj, to some of these wonderful stalwarts in ISKCON who are serving Srila Prabhupada. Your love for them, when I read about it, just shows what Vaishnava society is about. We often fail to stop and glorify the devotees and appreciate the devotees, but you have actually made it part of your life to take the time and really give where credit is due. So it is so exemplary. And thank you for giving me my little service to you when you come to Houston to bring Tulsi to your room. I know you love to chant in the presence of Tulsi, so I really cherish that service. And I also cherish the association of your disciples. And in my little way, I try to encourage them and help them in their service to you. So we are very grateful for that, Maharaj. And I can't express enough our gratitude to you. It will take years to express gratitude to you. And we look forward to your next Vyasa Puja in Houston. Hopefully this pandemic will be lifted and we all can be in each other's presence. Thank you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Rasikandra Prabhu sent some nice flowers yesterday for my birthday. Yeah, I mean, Rasikendra Prabhu's home is just thick, steeped in that atmosphere of Srila Gurudev, Tamal Krishna Goswami, Mother Kirtida, and his wife, Padaduli Mataji, does wonderful deity worship. And the Tulsis they have like a huge Tulsi garden. And Srila Prabhupada said Tulsi flourishes where there's devotion. So we can just imagine how much devotion they have to have such a flourishing Tulsi garden. Thank you, Rasikendra Prabhu. Thank you for this idea also.
Thank you so much, Rasikendra Prabhu. And thank you, Mother Padaduli and Tamal Priya, for joining as well. Good to see you. Next, we have His Grace Nityananda Prabhu, who is the temple president of the Dallas community here in Texas. And he's really such an ideal leader, and has built, created such a loving community in Dallas with such sweet relationships between the devotees. So we're so happy to have him here with us today. So Prabhu, please unmute yourself and show your video and give your offering.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Of humble businesses. Glories to you, glories to Gurudev, glories to Prabhupada, glories to the assembled Vaishnavas. I'm so honored to have been asked by Nilamada Prabhu to speak. And it's amazing how in our lives we witness miracles as they are happening. And I was thinking of what I should say, because there's so many things to say about you. There's endless glories that can be spoken of you. Literally, I could write an encyclopedia of how many things I'd like to say about you. But there's some things that exemplify you in a way that stands out at this moment in terms of realization. Things happen in our lives very organically and spontaneously. And spontaneously, as I was thinking of what I should say, something came to my heart, and then a miracle happened. And I thought to myself, wow, Krishna's confirming this. And so what I wanted to speak about is how you're such an amazing example of a wonderful person, a wonderful disciple, a wonderful devotee, a wonderful leader, a wonderful spiritual master, like that in so many ways. You're very, very exemplary. And I was thinking to myself that in terms of the example, you're like a very consummate example, not just an example, but a consummate example, an unpretentious example. There's no sort of air about you of pretending. It's just you, it's real. And it's amazingly miraculous. It's tangible, we feel it. And we're moved, as Subhas Prabhu was saying, he was moved by you to think about some things about himself. And he patted himself on the back when he felt like he did do what he felt tangibly moved by you to do, like that. Himself being such an amazing devotee. And also, like one of the other devotees spoke earlier, and particularly Kalachandji Prabhu, that everything about you is verifiable. It's not just that, somebody can say something, but it's verifiable. You yourself verify when you write, when you do anything you do, everything is verified. And so you're such a very viable example yourself. And finally, another word that was used, which was very, very nice, was that, you're all-encompassing. Your example is all-encompassing. And I thought of some things that, I would say about you. But then the miracle that happened was when Nilamada Prabhu came on, I saw a halo at his back, and I thought to myself, this is an example of you impressing someone with Krishna consciousness. That Nilamada Prabhu is such an amazing devotee, such an amazing example. I've literally seen him from a young age to now, flourishing, amazingly flourishing. And if you look at the photo, you can see now there's a halo right behind him, and it's just a striking halo. And then I was thinking to myself, things don't happen randomly. There's a real truth to things that happen. And so this morning, one of the reasons it took me a little while to join this very, very august group was that some difficulties had risen in some devotees' lives up here in North Texas, and my most important, my most cherished service is to serve the devotees. That's what I love doing the most. And so I decided that we had to go there. I had to go there and deal with the situation. And we decided that we wanted to do a fire sacrifice because it would help purify the atmosphere. And there's something new that I've come up with that I've come up to, and this is a kavacha of Lord Balaram, and how I found out how Garga Muni had actually taught this kavacha to the gopis, and that the gopis were very, very happy to have this kavacha so that they could actually be always absorbed in Krishna consciousness, protected from all those who may be envious of them or were envious of them like that. So we decided to do the kavacha for you, and he was so happy that we decided to do this for you because we want you to be around, because you give us such great joy and confidence in continuing to be devotees. It's not easy to be a devotee. It's not easy to be a leader in the movement. Mal Krishna Maharaj once told me that the fastest way you can make progress in Krishna consciousness is to become a leader in ISKCON, to become a manager in ISKCON. It's a very difficult task. It's very difficult to be a nice devotee after 38 years being in this movement. I mean, it's my personal realization. It's very difficult to be a devotee, but it is way more difficult, thousands of times more difficult, to actually inspire others to become devotees. And in English, there's a saying that the teacher is the best student. And so one of the verifiable proofs that you are the best devotee, the best spiritual master, the best example of a disciple, the best example of a person, just a human being, a living entity, is this point that how many people you've impacted and who have become truly Krishna conscious, verifiably Krishna conscious, very, very tangible, and these devotees have become unpretentious. It's very hard to be an unpretentious devotee. Srila Prabhupada describes in the Srimad Bhagavatam that great devotees like Shukadev Goswami are considered unpretentious devotees. Here's the speaker of the Srimad Bhagavatam, the hearer of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Parikshit Maharaj, unpretentious. It's very difficult to be unpretentious because of our conditioning and just because of our false ego like that. And here you are now, it's very clear that so many wonderful devotees are actually presenting themselves to us and encouraging us, your disciples, actually encouraging us to become unpretentious because you're so unpretentious as a person, as a devotee, as a lover of God, as a lover of humankind. How you're so kind to all of us, being very faithful in this movement, very faithful to Srila Prabhupada, setting that example, being so caring that you're a real shelter, even after the physical departure of our spiritual master. It's a very difficult situation when you have a very close and loving relationship, intimate relationship with a spiritual master, to lose the spiritual master like that. It's very difficult. And one of the things that allowed us to have some sanity in this situation was yourself, your divine grace. And we can't express our appreciation enough. And another example is of you being so calm, such a dhira person, a calm person, even in these very difficult times. These COVID times are so difficult, pandemic so difficult, it's causing amazing difficulties and conflict amongst devotees, even conflict amongst devotees. And you remain so calm and help us to calmly deal with these situations so that we don't lose any of our devotees. And we encourage all of them to continue in their devotion, and more importantly, to reach out to others so that they may become devotees as well. And most of all, the most powerful of all, just having such incredible amount of love in your heart for all of us. There is nothing that I could say that tops that. It's a very difficult thing to do. It's very difficult to even have some love in the heart, what to speak of having incredible amount of love for so many persons simultaneously, that each person feels that you're giving each person complete attention, You're all encompassing for each and every one of us. And that can only happen from a person who truly has love of Krishna. And we're so happy that you're an example like this, that we can follow in your footsteps. We may stumble, whatever happens, but we know that these are real footsteps. We can verify them. You're with us. And we pray that you'll always be with us, and that we'll depart before you depart, so that we may remain fully Krishna conscious, not lose our Krishna consciousness at any point. Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Nityananda Prabhu. You are so kind and encouraging, and really appreciate you for joining us today. Thank you so much. Next, we have His Grace Shyamasundar Prabhu, our temple president in Houston. And Shyamasundar Prabhu, there's so much I could say in just growing up in the community here in Houston. But one thing in particular that sticks out to me is that he's so fixed on the words and the instructions of Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj that he has received from him directly. One of which is to build the beautiful temple that we have in Houston with Sri Sri Radha Nila Madhava, which was a huge undertaking that he has he was able to complete and offer to his spiritual master so wonderfully. So thank you so much, Shyamasundar Prabhu, for joining us today. So you can go ahead and unmute yourself, show your video, and give your offering.
Hare Krishna, did I mute? Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Giriraj Swami iti namine. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Swami iti namine. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namine. On this most auspicious day, Maharaj, first of all, I would like to offer you a wonderful jump of flower to you at your divine lotus feet that I have grown in my home backyard for your pleasure. As we know that it's impossible to glorify the moon, and in our conditioned state of mind, it's really difficult to really glorify the way that we should do. I really appreciate Giriraj Maharaj for your time to sit on the chair and listen our humble offering to you. It's your nothing but the pure kindness toward all of us. And also I would like to thank the organizer for this wonderful event. I was lamenting that we plan in Houston your Vyasa puja. We are unfortunate, but I can see now that everybody feels so good to have the virtual Vyasa puja, where so many of your well-wishers can share their words of kindness toward you. I was just thinking that I must show my gratitude toward you because you have done so many things in my life, Maharaj. And how can I not glorify on this most auspicious day? So this will be my humble attempt. I have not prepared anything, but I have some chains of thought. And I pray to the lotus feet of Nila Madhava to give me the proper words and my chain of process come true alive to give you some wonderful glorification that you mostly deserve. First of all, I think you are the most dedicated disciple of Srila Prabhupada, and we must glorify you. Because if we glorify you, in turn, we are glorifying Srila Prabhupada, we are glorifying Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj, our disciple, succession up to Krishna. In our limited conditioned life, there is nothing that we can connect directly to Krishna. Only through the pure devotee like yourself, we can link to Krishna. So if he really wants to glorify Krishna, we must start with the genuine devotee, pure devotee like yourself. Also, I must glorify you because I'm the leader of Houston Yatra. And I have seen that you have given tremendous time and importance to Houston Yatra despite your busy schedule. The attestment is all the small children even you know by the name, you know all the details, all the devotees' welfare. I have some conversation with you where I can just cite this person like this and you can really connect with them. I have never seen the person like that who deeply care about each and every individual soul despite their conditions in spiritual life. Even I have seen that you will spend on the Sunday feast in Gauranga Hall with the member, spending unlimited time. Then I can say that you have also inspired so many devotees in Houston Yatra. You are taking up so many projects to inspire all the devotees all around the world. And on the top of that, you are the dearmost friend of my spiritual master, Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. And I know that each word we can glorify you. My spiritual master must be smiling, hearing each word. And that's our happiness. You were so close to Gurudev. I know that I was fortunate enough to visit Vrindavan with you, Maharaj. And we traveled different places together with Tamal Krishna Maharaj and you, and learn how to reciprocate each dham. How should we visit those dhams? And your unlimited mercy on you somehow or other, by the help of the COVID-19, because the temple is closed. I think as a manager, we really struggle for the time. We must do so many things, but it's always run short of the time. So I think it was Krishna's blessings that for last 6 months that we can really dedicate it and meditate upon the past. If we remember those moments, then it would be really, really easy to depart from this world. And I can see, Maharaj, that your mercy. I was dwelling from the beginning that I came to Vrindavan. And Goswami Maharaj called all the senior God brothers like yourself, Burijan Prabhu, Dhanodhar Swami Maharaj, everybody. And when I was living from Vrindavan, Guru Maharaj asked all of you to bless me because I just become a temple president at that time, that I can manage the Houston temple nicely. I can clearly see that just because of those pure Vaishnavas' blessings, that whatever little service that I'm able to do is just their mercy, nothing else. I have no qualifications. I would like to not take that much time, but my heart is full of the feelings that I would like to share. That 3 important things that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has taught us. The Jiva Daya, Namaruchi, and Vaishnava Seva. You are the perfect example of each and every item, Maharaj. Namaruchi, whenever I have come and see you, you always there to chant the holy name of the Lord. And you give specific time, dedication completely, sitting in like Rasikendra Prabhu was mentioning, sitting in front of the Tulsi Maharani, having the Haridas Thakur's murti in front and the table. And that environment is so deep. When you enter in the room, when you are chanting, is nothing but Golokar. I witness it, and I can say that because the last visit, I was just thinking the same way, that how can I render any service to Krishna directly? So when I pick those fresh flowers every day, and I was feeling so happy, Maharaj, satisfactions, that I have no capacity that I can offer the flower to Haridas Thakur, that he can accept. But you take those flowers and offer to them. That is your kindness. Every action you have performed in your life, Maharaj, is example. Then I was dwelling all these pastimes that I have with you, with Goswami Maharaj, yourself, Keshavardi Maharaj, Nitai Chand Maharaj, taking the lunch at our home and serving you so nicely. Even in Vrindavan, you allow me to serve the breakfast and lunch, and I know that you like the really good cooked chapatis. So I was sitting on the floor making sure that when your time comes, I must do properly what you like. This is the goal of our life, Maharaj. And I think that Krishna is so kind that they have given this totally magnificent devotee like yourself. So we neophyte can at least show you nicely and get the blessings and make advancement. Srila Prabhupada movement is full of the devotees, and I was just thinking because of the COVID-19, I was listening the class of Sivaram Maharaj, that Maharaj was explaining how the farm need to be an essential part of our life. And Maharaj was mentioning how cold it get in the winter, how hot it get in the summertime. So very short time that they have the good weather to do the farming, but still they take up those services. And Maharaj was saying that every one of us should involve in some kind of a farm project. So I was really meditating at the time that maybe we don't have the farm, big farm to do that way, but at least surround our home. We have a beautiful garden. We should maintain so immaculately that we can feel that my Guru Maharaj and Krishna can enjoy one day. So on this auspicious day, Maharaj, I may have made some offense toward you, some mistake, knowingly or unknowingly, but knowing you that you are the Supreme Father and the best friend of my spiritual master, you will forgive those. You will keep on savoring your sweet glance at us. Even your eyes, rays coming out from our eyes, we can feel the deep love when you see toward us, Maharaj. It's so intense. And I must say that we are so fortunate that Prabhupada has given wonderful, wonderful associates. I would like to think also that how you implanted the devotion that we need to know by giving us the watering the seed book. It's give all the essence of our spiritual life. Then we don't have capacity, even if we associate with that great saintly person, we have no ability to associate and grasp those wonderful things that we should because of our limited advancement. So then you become so kind and you create that many moons book, where with your deep realizations and a deep feeling, you can really praise those persons from your heart and it touches everyone's heart. So we have done that part also. That's the Vaishnava Seva you have done. Namaruchi is there, you hold the japa retreat, you always encourage everyone by your practical example. You keep yourself always pure, Maharaj. I have witnessed that. And then Namaruchi Vaishnava Seva.
Jivadaya.
Jivadaya. Jivadaya, Maharaj, you have been so kind. You always look how you can help someone who has come to you. You became true representative of Krishna. And Krishna, because you have the pure intent of helping some, Krishna has always given you the proper word to associate with each and every one of us. As Srila Prabhupada, I still remember that one time in Madras University, Srila Prabhupada has to go and give the wonderful lecture, but Prabhupada fell sick. And Prabhupada says that my Giriraj can go and he will deliver a wonderful lecture. So we are very grateful. I know the time all the disciples also wants to glorify you more. Because of your time limitation, I want to stop. But we pray to the lotus feet of Sri Sri Radha Nila Madhava to have the Houston Yatra, your continuous associations. And also we pray to the lotus feet of Nila Madhava to give you a healthy life where you can share so many realized things from your books. We are looking forward for your association sometime in near future, Maharaj. Thank you very much. And please be kind to us as you have been for all the time. Thank you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Shamsundar Prabhu. We really appreciate you for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have His Grace Sarvabhauma Prabhu. Sarvabhauma Prabhu personally served Tamal Krishna Maharaj. And just so much to say about him. He's such a sweet and wonderful and humble, amazing devotee, and an incredible writer, an author of a book called Servant of Love, which he wrote about Mother Kirtida, who Guru Maharaj also wrote about in Many Moons. So Sarvabhauma Prabhu, thank you so much for joining us today. Please unmute yourself, show your video, and please give your offering.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I have Guru Bhakti, my wife's offering. She's at work today. I think she wrote this late at night because she's
ના
away.
નિત્યાનંદ પ્રભુ કે કોઈ ના મહારાજ નહીં ગોડ બ્રધર માટે જ બોલ.
I'll read her offering. Dear Giriraj Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you, Srila Tamal Krishna Maharaj and Srila Prabhupada. Antayama Bala Haridasa Varyo Yad Rama Krishna Charna Sarasha Pramodaha Manam Danuti Savo Ganayostayaya Aniyasuya Vasa Kandarak Kandulai. Of all devotees, this Govardhan hill is the best. Oh, my friends, this hill supplies Krishna and Balaram, along with their calves, cows, and cowherd friends, with all kinds of necessities. Water for drinking, very soft grass, caves, fruits, flowers, and vegetables. In this way, the hill offers respects to the Lord. Being touched by the lotus feet of Krishna and Balaram, Govardhan Hill appears very jubilant. She writes, to me, you are inseparable from your namesake, Giriraj Govardhan. Just as Giriraj is the best of the Lord's Hari's servants, you are the best of Srila Prabhupada's servants, his glorious son, who he entrusted with his very important Juhu project. Just as Giriraj supplies water for drinking, you supply nectar for the ears of by your classes, nectar for the eyes by your books, regular posts in your Sangha group and transcripts of your lectures, and nectar from the heart, for the heart by your association. Giriraj provides soft grass, food for the cows, and cushioning the Lord's feet. Similarly, you nourish us with your remembrances of Srila Prabhupada. Your compassion cushions us against Maya's hard blows. The Bhaktivedanta Hospice, the Bhaktivedanta Hospital in Mumbai, the Bhaktivedanta Ashram at Govardhan, the Kirtan Ashram in Vrindavan, and your ashram in Carpinteria are just like Giriraj's caves, giving shelter to so many souls from all walks of life. As Giriraj supplies fruits, flowers, and vegetables as sustenance and ornaments, similar to your books, and love for Srila Prabhupada and the holy name supply us sustenance. Your wonderful Vaishnava qualities are your ornaments, and above all, your wide smile as it's chanting as Giriraj makes you appear very jubilant. From the photos I have seen, it seems your smile gets bigger with the passage of time. I'm happy. Your latest book about Juhu will be published by the BBT. Besides being as historical as Prabhupada Lilamrita, it will be a treasure trove of Srila Prabhupada's teachings on management. What a gem. The silver lining about COVID is that we get so much association with exalted devotees like you via the internet. Your outreach is tremendous. I'm so grateful to you and the devotees who put together these Vyasa Puja programs. I've learned so much about your earlier history and now understand from Radhanath Maharaj's talk why Prabhupada called Bombay his office. The talks from Bombay were especially memorable. Yesterday I saw this quote, Unless the dirt from the core of one's heart is cleansed away, one cannot become a pure devotee. Therefore, the word Sudurlabha, very rarely found, is used in this verse. Not only among hundreds and thousands, but among millions of perfectly liberated souls, a pure devotee is hardly ever found. Therefore, the words Koti Shapi are used herein. Srila Madhvacharya gives the following quotation from the Tantra Bhagavat. Navakotayostu devanam vishaya saptakotaya narayanayana sarve ekechit tat parayanaha. There are 90 million demigods and 70 million sages who are all called Narayana, devotees of Lord Narayan. Among them, only a few are called Narayana Parayana. You are such a Narayana Parayana, and I feel very fortunate that I have even more rare opportunity to have your association and shelter. I pray you will continue to bless and guide me so that I can please you and Srila Gurudev. I also pray Srila Prabhupada and Giriraj fulfill your innermost desires and keep you healthy and safe. Your servant, Guru Bhakti Dasi. I didn't write something, but I'd like to say a few things. There's one quality that seems so important in spiritual life, and that's Guru Nishta. Even in the temple, we have the Guru Vastika prayers. Before we even glorify Krishna, we glorify the Guru. So, not only to me, but I think for so many devotees, you are the emblem of Guru Nishta for Srila Prabhupada. And this book, which took 50 years to come together, it will help instill Guru Nishta in so many devotees around the world, because the qualities that you have will be in this book. And it's like Prabhupada put the best of him in his translations and purports. So you did not do a haphazard job in this book. You were very thorough, incredibly meticulous. The saying, God is in the details. So you have done this book in such a wonderful way. And Srila Prabhupada said when he had one of his books published, he felt like he conquered an empire. So I'm sure that this book will do more than that. I think it will conquer Srila Prabhupada's heart, which you've already done many times, but in a very special way. And just as he had to fight for the due land, I'm sure you had many struggles to put together this book. But in the same way that Prabhupada was so happy that this struggle turned out victorious, all the devotees in the world will be overjoyed to celebrate with you this wonderful achievement. So I just wanted to say that. And now I also understand Chicago is a holy place. I think of Radhanath Swami and Your Holiness, Rukmini Mataji. So many devotees came from Chicago. So Chicago and Mumbai are special places. But wherever you go, what's a great miracle is that even though you spent something like 29 years in Juhu, somehow Krishna spread the mercy around by allowing you to come out of India. And although no one was happy with your health crisis, it allowed you to come to America. And one last point I wanted to make is that when Srila Tamal Krishna Maharaj passed away, you had not been traveling much at all because of your health condition. You came to Dallas and Texas to help with the devotees at that difficult time. So we're forever grateful to you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Sarvabhauma Prabhu. Next, we have two devotees that really need no introduction. Kalachandji Prabhu and Shraddhanjali Mataji. We just saw Kalachandji Prabhu speak in the amazing video, and he's as we know, he's the brother of Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, and has assisted Guru Maharaj. So you can unmute yourself and show your video, and please give your offering. Thank you.
I think to be able to pay full attention, I need to
Good.
for a minute and come back.
Good, right on.
Mr. Nair had really no plan to fulfill the agreement. And after a certain amount of time, it ran out of time. The sale agreement ran out of time. And we could not sign the conveyance, which is the final document of change of title. So a long period ensued in between, in which Mr. Nair tried to remove the devotees from the land. It's a it's big history part of the history of ISKCON. And there are many heroic battles that were fought. Prabhupada said it was like Kurukshetra. Even to the point of the temple, the temporary temple was demolished. Prabhupada installed Radharas Bihari at the Bombay Pandal, and then he put the deity there and he prayed to the deity, "My dear Lord, now I'm requesting you to sit down here and I will arrange everything for you, but don't leave." And Prabhupada made this promise to the deity. And, so many things happened trying to get the deity and the devotees off the land. And wherever Prabhupada was all over the world, this was just constantly in his mind. Hare Krishna land, Hare Krishna land, Hare Krishna land. So finally, Prabhupada came back, and, after a long tussle, again, we were in Hyderabad. And Prabhupada arranged for Mr. Nair to come to meet him. We were staying at the house of one Mr. Panaval Pitti, a very wealthy man, the wealthiest man in Hyderabad city. And Mr. Nair came with his guru, who was some type of a pseudo-guru. And the purpose of bringing his guru was that Mr. Nair felt that Prabhupada had some type of mystic power, and he would put some spell on him and, take the land. So after a big dinner, Prabhupada was yawning, and Mr. Nair and his guru immediately said, "Swamiji, I think that you must be getting tired. We should let you rest." And Prabhupada said, "I'm very tired." So he retired, and immediately Mr. Nair and his guru went to sleep in the next room. So after about 5 minutes, Prabhupada's secretary called me into the room. Prabhupada wasn't sleeping at all, although Prabhupada always slept after eating. Everybody knows this, but he wasn't sleeping. So Prabhupada said, "What are they doing?" So I said, "They're sleeping." He said, "Go in there and wake up Mr. Nair, but don't wake up the guru." So I went there, to the side of the bed, and I shook Mr. Nair's arm. Mr. Nair, I said, "Prabhupada wants to see you." Shh. I pointed out, "Your guru's sleeping, don't wake up your guru." So I took Mr. Nair in the room, and Prabhupada just started to preach to him. And, Mr. Nair was just sitting there, and he's listening, and gradually Prabhupada got him to agree to sign the agreement all over again. And he told Shem Sunani immediately go in and type the whole agreement out. So we went in and we started typing on the mechanic, typewriter, old typewriter Prabhupada had, typed it out, Prabhupada got it signed. And by the time he finished signing, the guru got up, and he came in, and Mr. Nair, had signed away the land again. So, Mr. Nair just kept hitting his head. He said, what have I done? What have I done? Prabhupada said, it's okay.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, please accept our most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your lotus feet. I offer you these flowers. I wish I could give them to you in your hand. Thank you for giving me your shelter. I am like a little lost calf in the world, and 3 people came to give me shelter. First, my husband, and he somehow connected me to this movement. And then Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, who is the head of our household. And then so kindly yourself. And this little lost calf feels very protected by these stalwart men of integrity, which to me is, when someone has integrity, it means they have everything else. So thank you, Guru Maharaj, for putting up with my my rebelliousness, my attempts to serve you. Thank you for your compassionate care for me in this very rough year. Also, just a reminder that we're not, our bodies don't belong here, which gave me much impetus to try to serve you better going forward. You really cared for me in a very rough time. Thank you. And I long to iron for you again. I feel that it's my eternal service. I hope someday I'll be ironing the beautiful clothing that you'll wear in Goloka Vrindavan to give to a servant who will give it to a servant who will give it to a servant to present to you. Time has no meaning in my desire to serve you. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. I love you very dearly. Hare Krishna. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances at your feet. You spoke of the journey of the book. I feel like also it's been such an adventure just coming to this moment with you. The first time Shraddhanjali and I saw you in Chicago in the mid to late 90s, you gave the Sunday feast talk on Lord Nrsingadev's appearance day. And you concluded your talk by telling us all how we should chant and dance. And then you stood up. And from our perspective on the floor, a few feet away from you, you looked like you were 10 feet tall. You just kept rising and rising and rising up, and it was so amazing. And then you said, and here is how you can dance. And you started dancing, and you invited everyone to come join you, which we did. But Shraddhanjali and I were so struck by your wonder. We were so enamored that we were too shy to introduce ourselves that day. And we left without doing so. The first time you and I spoke was about a year later in Houston during Vyasa puja weekend for His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami. And I asked if there was anything I could do for you. I don't think I even had the concept of rendering service. You were just standing alone on the side of the room, and I wanted to see to your comfort, make sure you were okay. And you answered your first words to me. You said, well, we will have to ask our older brother. And my heart just melted. I couldn't believe that you'd said that. Our brother. And that you'd included me in that way. And also just how much love you were expressing for Tamal Krishna Goswami. And really, already how much I was falling in love with you. The next year we were in Mayapur with our children, and we met a really nice devotee, and I asked her who was her Guru Maharaj. Giriraj Swami, she said. And something happened to me that I'd read about, but I'd always thought was just a figure of speech. Tears sprang, literally squirted from my eyes. I was just so moved that someone could have you as their spiritual father and be part of your spiritual family. I couldn't even believe it. So I just blurted out. I just said, oh my God, you're so fortunate. And tears were streaming. And then of course I felt so embarrassed for behaving like that. But I really felt that she was the most fortunate person in the whole world, along with all of your disciples. And now I feel like we're the most fortunate people in the whole world, under your shelter and with all your disciples as our family too. I'm very grateful to Tamal Krishna Goswami for so many things, of course, but especially for engaging me in the service of writing and editing. And by which I didn't realize till years later that he, always seeing the big picture, playing the long game, as they say, he was training me to serve his godbrothers and his godsisters after his departure. And especially, specifically, to serve his very dearest godbrother, with whom he'd shared perhaps the highest and lowest moments of his entire life. In everything I do, I try to please three people: my brother, you, and of course my wife. When I'm truly serving one, I know I am pleasing the other two. And when I'm serving you, Guru Maharaj, or as you so mercifully put it, when we are serving together, I know that Tamal Krishna Goswami is just beaming ear to ear. The arms of your mercy are so wide that despite my countless disqualifications, you engage me in your most wonderful service to Srila Prabhupada, your fulfillment of his personal, direct instruction of you, to you know, to write and to make writing your first business. At first, you didn't even request, let alone direct me to edit. You were so humble and considerate. And you thought, well, he edits books and he knows I'm writing books. If he wants to help, he'll offer. And I, in my insecure self-absorption, was thinking, well, he knows I edit books. If he wanted me to edit his, he would have asked. And it went on like that. It wasn't for quite a while until that same afternoon in Texas when you received the completed project proposal for the Bhaktivedanta Hospice in Vrindavan, that we finally did share our hearts and minds. And you asked, and I said yes. And then we laughed at the silliness of having waited for each other so long. I've worked with quite a few writers and of all sorts, but in your writing, as in everything else, you are just amazing. I mean, truly unique, one of a kind. And I have to say, and I mean, if I can't say it today, when can I say it? You're the best. I mean, just the best. You have so many outstanding qualities as a writer. And please forgive me for repeating myself from the other clip, but how committed you are to your growth and improvement. I can't remember in all our years of working together, a single edit about which you did not learn the guiding principle and the logic behind it. You read a shelf full of books on writing and language, and you learned and you applied it, not just in one case, but consistently. And as I've heard today, maybe 2 or 3 times, meticulously. As with everything else, the most meticulous writer I've ever met. A standing joke in my family is that I get off the phone with you. I got off the phone with you one day after a really animated half-hour-long conversation. I let out a big breath and I say, whoa, that was a tough comma. And, you know, I mean, it has not taken so many years for nothing. And you don't forget. You just keep improving. As I said, even in your impromptu talks, they're like revised essays. And each book, as His Holiness Giriraj Swami said last week, this upcoming Juhu book, it's a volume. I mean, over 750-page volume. It will open people's hearts. It's a personal memoir. It's a history, again, an accurate, factual history of Srila Prabhupada's achievement, an intimate account of being with His Divine Grace in his final years in India. As Rohini Nandan Prabhu today said, I think so beautifully, it is the culmination of the Juhu story. And it's an epic adventure that could play Hollywood and Bollywood and sell out every theater there is. I mean, it is really exciting. We miss you so much, Guru Maharaj. This year has just been full of painful lessons. And I can't get off, you know, without saying how incredibly moved and inspired and grateful I am for the care and compassion you've shown Shraddhanjali this year, and to recovery owes so much to your attention. So please, Guru Maharaj, please take care of yourself. Please accept the care of the wonderful, selfless devotees serving you at the ashram. Bhaktadas, Gangadasi, and of course, Kunti Devi, who seemingly miraculously, but actually and really hard work, holds it all together and, as they say, keeps the trains running. So thank you very much, Guru Maharaj. Please always engage me in your service. I am yours. We are both yours.
I'm yours.
Eternally and with love. Hare Krishna.
Krishna.
That was so moving and touching. But I've been told not to speak after the speakers because it makes it longer, but that was moving and touching and inspiring and gratifying.
Thank you so much, Kalachandji Prabhu and Mother Shraddhanjali. That was wonderful. Thank you. Next, we have His Grace Chakri Prabhu and Her Grace Vishnupriya Mataji from Dallas. Chakri Prabhu is a disciple of Srila Prabhupada, and but such a humble and wonderful devotee. He's always, you know, I'm reminded of him every time I interact with him in Texas, in Houston or Dallas. He's always giving people something like maha, whether it's a flower, Didi maha, a sweet, and he has very strong devotional practice, and it's such a wonderful devotee, and as well as Vishnupriya Mataji, who for so long, very senior, has served Guru Maharaj in so many ways. So we're so happy to have them both here with us today. So please, Chakri Prabhu and Vishnupriya Mataji, please give your offering.
Thank you so much for that nice introduction. And I feel really fortunate to be in such a wonderful assembly of devotees. Vanchakalpa Tirubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vedacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So I was thinking that in Krishna consciousness, we have a very long journey. We have to go through this material world, through the material coverings, into the Brahma Jyoti, and then finally to reach Krishna in Goloka Vrindavan. So that's a very long journey. And of course, we're already on the path by the mercy of Guru and Krishna, but sometimes along the way we need some shelter. We need some shelter and we need some guidance from someone else to help us on that path and to keep us going on that path. So Giriraj Swami had so mercifully given me that shelter in my Krishna consciousness. And another journey that we go on also that's described by Satchidananda Swami is a journey to realize the real glories of the holy name, or to realize that the holy name is non-different from Krishna himself. So Giriraj Swami has also helped me in that journey as well. So I wanted to relate some incidences that happened in my service at Carpinteria. Giriraj Swami so mercifully allowed me to serve there in Carpinteria on many occasions. And I felt like that was, by allowing me to serve there, he was giving me his shelter, because it's not like I'm going there to help him, but rather he's allowing me to serve him and thus purify myself by that service, by being allowed to do that service. So I felt like him allowing me to go there was him giving me his shelter. So some memorable incidences happened while I was there. I would say some breakthroughs in my chanting. One time I was chanting there in the morning and I realized that I just wasn't feeling anything. There was nothing there. And I thought to myself, I'm really doing something wrong here. And I started to think about it, and I just tried to chant with a little more feeling, a little more attention, and immediately I got better results. So that was a real breakthrough there right in Carpinteria. And I think from that point on, I realized that I had some work to do, and I had to really improve my chanting of the holy names. So that happened at Carpinteria. And another thing that reinforced that was kind of a funny incident, humorous incident. One time I locked my keys in my car, so I had to get the keys out of the car, and I got a hanger and unfolded it, and there was a little gap in the window, so I stuck the hanger in and the keys were on the seat. So I was able to grab onto the keys, but the keys fell off and my bead bag was on the seat as well, and the keys fell in my bead bag. So then I had to fetch my whole bead bag through the window, but I started pulling it up, but it wouldn't fit through the window. So the next thing I had to do was pull the beads out of the bead bag to get my keys out and the bead bag. So I was able to pull the beads out, and then finally I could pull out the bead bag with the keys inside of it. So that happened at Carpinteria also, and I really got the message that the key is in the bead bag. That's really the key to my spiritual life. And so that reinforced that as well, that I really needed to work on my chanting. And then another time, me and Vishnu Priya were doing some cleaning outside the ashram, cleaning the walls and cleaning the windows and just trying to really make things clean. So you came out into the courtyard and we were telling you what we did. We did a lot of cleaning, and then you looked at me and you said, yes, but you need some internal cleansing as well. So I really realized, took that to heart, that I needed to do something about it. And at that time, you were giving a lot of seminars and japa retreats about chanting the holy names and constantly lecturing to us. And that really had a big effect on me. I never went to one of your japa retreats, but I listened to many of them. And that was always, that really helped me a lot. That really helped me a lot in my chanting, and that really helped me make progress. And I'm sure that's true for many devotees in our movement, how much you help them in really revitalizing and transforming their chanting and bringing their chanting to a higher level. So I'm really, really grateful for that. And also put me in touch by listening to the seminars. I became in touch with Satchinandan Swami, who I still listen to now, and who was such an inspiration, helping devotees become absorbed in their chanting of the holy names. So yeah, your lectures, your retreats, your Zoom conferences, they just always enlivening us. And even recently, I was listening to your Vyasa puja offering, and I was just so, it really resonated with me about the mercy of Lord Nityananda, how merciful Lord Nityananda was and is, and how Srila Prabhupada was transmitting that mercy that from Lord Nityananda. I just thought that was such a beautiful offering, and I love that so much. And then also recently, you were speaking about reading Prabhupada's books, and you gave an explanation about Srimad Bhagavatam, the glories of Srimad Bhagavatam. And I was just so moved by that. I mean, you quoted such beautiful verses explaining the glories of Srimad Bhagavatam. And that just really touched me. I think that very evening, I just started reading Srimad Bhagavatam again. And I know now I'm not going to stop reading Srimad Bhagavatam, that I have to read Srimad Bhagavatam just by listening to that exposition. And just in general, whenever you speak on something, whether it's an appearance day or a festival or whatever, the explanation you give is so complete. It's just totally amazing that you have such a vast knowledge that you can give a complete explanation of so many different subjects from so many different angles, and we get a complete explanation on the topic, whatever it is, an appearance day or a festival or anything like that. So I really feel grateful for you for that. And also, even though I may not talk to you or I may not see you often, but we know that you're there. We know that you're there for us, and that whenever we need that shelter, you're there. You're there for us. So that's so important in our lives. So and finally, I think through your association and all of this, it's really helped me focus on what I really want in my life, and what I'm meant to do in my life. And I really appreciate that. It's really helped me focus on, gain some clarity, what's really important, and what I have to do with my life, and how I can make progress in that journey of Krishna consciousness, and also that journey to really become absorbed in the holy names. That is really my goal in life. So thank you for allowing me into your heart and for giving me your shelter. I know you've done that for so many of us, and I'm sure that at times it can be kind of a burden, and I don't know how to say it, but you might feel some pressure also. Several times you might have alluded to that, but it never stops you from doing it. You just keep giving more and more devotees your shelter. So I just want to thank you very much for that shelter and for helping me on my journey in spiritual life. Srila Giriraj Maharaj Ki Jai. Okay, now I guess.
Thank you so much, Chakri Prabhu. Vishnupriya Mataji, if you can now speak your offering as well. And while Mr. Priyamachi is getting set up, I'll just mention that she was actually one of the biggest Sankirtan devotees in South Africa. And she still loves and does a lot of preaching and book distribution and cultivating devotees. And her and Chakra Prabhu both dress Radha Kalachandji regularly. And Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj even appreciated their dressing of the deities. So just wanted to add that. So please, Mother Vishnupriya, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. In these times of difficulty, you are so mercifully giving us the association through your lectures on Zoom and your daily japa sessions. It is so wonderful to have your association. I feel very enlivened and fortunate. Just by having your association, I feel very purified. I feel sad, though, not being able to serve you in Kapantiria. I remember one incident that happened during my last visit to your ashram. It made me feel unlimited love for you. You were very merciful to me. After serving you lunch prasad, I wanted to ask you something. Although I was nervous about it, but I asked you anyway. I asked if you could chant on another set of beads for me. You laughed and asked me to pick out a set from the temple room. On the morning that I was leaving, I came to say goodbye to you. You mentioned that you had chanted on the beads and you had touched all the deities' feet with the beads. As you know, Guru Maharaj has many deities at his ashram. When I looked at the large deities of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, to my surprise, the beads were draped on Lord Chaitanya's and Nityananda's hands. That's so beautiful. They were holding the beads up in the raised hands. I was so overwhelmed with love for Guru Maharaj that I wanted to cry. I thought that Guru Maharaj is so kind and merciful to do that for me. Then when I said I was going to get my phone and take a picture, you said, I have my phone. I will take it. You took the pictures and sent it to my phone. That was also very kind of you to do that for me. After I thanked you for doing this for me, you said, I am happy to support and encourage you in Krishna consciousness in any way possible. I feel very grateful that you did this for me, and you are so committed to helping me in my Krishna consciousness. And also, I pray to you that I can become a recipient of the mercy of the holy name. I like to relate another story, another incident that took place. One morning, you called us to chant japa. When you came to the temple room, I was surprised to see you not wearing a kurta or sweater, just a top cloth. It was very cold. When you sat down to chant, I noticed your body was fully covered with rash and was very swollen. I got scared and felt so much pain seeing you in this condition. But you were equipoised. Guru Maharaj, your bodily discomfort did not take away from your chanting with us and devotees from around the world. You continued without any impediment. Later, you mentioned that you sat up all night. The rash was so uncomfortable. Guru Maharaj, you are sacrificing your own health for the benefit of our spiritual lives. There is nothing more dear to me than serving you. Guru Maharaj, you are my worshipable Lord. Please order me, your servant, to do whatever you wish. To be engaged by you in some service is certainly a great blessing. You are the perfect Patita Pavan, or merciful to the most fallen. Conditioned as I am, I pray on this most auspicious day and every day that I may always follow your instructions and one day become a worthy disciple, a grateful servant, Vishnu Priya Dasi. Thank you so much, Guru Maharaj. I like to show that picture that you took of the deities holding the beads. So beautiful. It's not so clear, but
yeah, we can see.
You can see. Thank you so much, Guru Maharaj, for your mercy. I love you so much, and I'm missing you so much. I wish I could come this soon and serve you. Thank you for everything in my life. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Chakri Prabhu and Mother Vishnupriya. That was so sweet. Next, we have an offering, or two offerings, from two young, sweet little devotees that get a lot of your association, Guru Maharaj in California, Apsara and Abhay. And so they put together a little something for you. So I'm going to play that now.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
And we have one more offering from Abhay.
That one was very sweet.
Vyasa puja. Because Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj had.
Okay, here it is.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj had Vyasa puja. Because I've spent so much time with you, I've learned a lot about the proper etiquette, especially when it comes to serving you. And I've put together this small little video for you to watch. Hare Krishna, I hope you enjoy it. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, would you like some rice now?
Yes, please. Plate that the person is eating on.
Namaste, Guru Maharaj. Maharaj, I have some peanut patties for you. Would you like 3?
You only give 3 of something to your enemies.
Namaste, Guru Maharaj. How many would you like?
2, please.
Yeah, I think everything's going well. He had 2 patties, which is pretty good. Oh, hold on, let me check this. But yeah, everything was fine. Prashad seemed good. Oh, I have to go get this. I'm sorry, I'll pay more attention next time. Thank you very much for spending so much time with us. I appreciate it a lot. I'm very grateful for all the time that you...
Guru Maharaj, I just had the most wonderful...
Upsi, let Guru Maharaj finish eating first. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for spending so much time with us. We appreciate it so much, and we love you very much. Hare Krishna.
That was amazing.
That was really sweet. Thank you so much, Apsara and Abhay. Next, we have Giridhari Priya Prabhu, who lives in Santa Barbara, does a lot of service for Guru Maharaj. And he's a disciple of Bhakticharya Swami. And he cooks for Guru Maharaj once a week. And he has been so graciously making the garlands that you see on Guru Maharaj during every session, the beautiful garlands. He's been making every single one of those. And so we're so thankful to him for doing that. Giridhari Priya Prabhu, if you can now unmute yourself, show your video, and give your offering.
Hare Krishna. It's okay? You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hare Krishna Maharaj. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Giriraj Swami iti namine. Dearest Giriraj Swami, I often recall and have related to you one beautiful anecdote that happened a few years ago when my Guru Maharaj visited the ashram. As I was getting ready to drive him to the LA airport, I told you that I would see you on Sunday, and you explained to Guru Maharaj that I'd cook for you on Sundays. Guru Maharaj remarked, Maharaj, you really go out of your way to give them your mercy. That comment was like a sutra for me, just a few choice words that convey such a deep meaning. Time and time again, you have gone out of your way to give me and so many of us your mercy. Here are a few incidents that come to mind. I remember one Sunday, I came with lunch prasad, and as always, once I parked, I texted that I had arrived with prasad. However, I left my phone in the car, so I did not get your reply to come to the temple room. I was in the kitchen transferring the prasad and chatting with devotees and forgot about my phone. Some time passed, and then all of a sudden you entered the kitchen. You said you hadn't heard back from me and you didn't want to miss me. You had stopped what you were doing and had literally gone out of your way to give me your mercy, which in this case was your darshan and the chance to offer my obeisances to you. Of course, you didn't need to see me, neither did you need my robotic obeisances, but it is I who needed to see you and offer dandavats and hope to receive your mercy. Another way you go out of your way to give mercy is by your encouraging text after most any meal or preparation or the latest speculation I deliver for you. You don't have to do this, and I could just as easily conclude, well, no news is good news. Yet as busy as you are in such big and important service, you again go out of your way to send a nice message and give me your mercy by letting me know that you like my offering, and this creates more enthusiasm to serve you again and again. How nice it is to be able to chant with you morning and evenings and to listen and watch you chant with intensity and focus in such a prayerful mood. Even during the japa, I've noticed that you give your merciful glance and nod of approval and welcome when a devotee joins. You go out of your way to give us your mercy by allowing us to chant with you. Maharaj, for so many years, you have graced so many programs at my house. You go out of your way to attend and bless us with your presence, and even after you leave, your further mercy is that your holy presence and divine energy is felt here. I feel that by your being here and sending many exalted devotees to stay here, my house, which is already blessed by beautiful deities, is even more holy because your lotus footprints are all over this house. And that's a really good reason I often tell myself I should not clean the floor. You are giving so much mercy, and you get so much of it from Srila Prabhupada, and you are still getting some. And we are getting so much, you are still getting so much mercy from him. As you have said in several talks, we taste and distribute, and that is what you do. You liberally distribute Srila Prabhupada's mercy to one and all in an effort to connect us to him. One incident for me that really demonstrated that was in 2017, when the Prabhupada film was released in theaters. You had gone so many times to watch it, but due to work, teaching classes, the times of the showings and distance, I could not go. Kunti Devi was really on my case about not having seen it, and I think she must have told you, because one day I got a text from you saying that you felt it was more important that I watch the film that was showing one more time on a Sunday morning, which is usually my day to cook, than to cook for you, and that Kunti Devi would take care of the cooking. You cared more that I see this film and get to know Srila Prabhupada more than you did for my serving you. I will always be grateful to you for arranging that. And the sweetest part was that I got to sit in between you and Mother Rajani Priya. I never got to say these words to my own spiritual master, and I do regret that. And I don't want to make the same mistake with you. But I do love you very much, Maharaj, and I pray that by the mercy you are giving, going out of your way to give, I can express the meaning of the words through service to you. Giriraj Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you so much, Giridhari Priya Prabhu. And again, we really appreciate those beautiful garlands. They look so magnificent on Guru Maharaj. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Let's see. So devotees, as much as we would, we wish we could go on forever with this, and in one sense, it does go on forever. Our relationships with each other are not confined to just a Zoom session, but we will be wrapping up soon, and after a couple more offerings and a video we'd like to show as well. But I wanted to let everyone know that wasn't able to speak today. I know there were dozens of devotees and disciples that did not get to speak today, that we will be scheduling another session for the US. So please stay tuned to Guru Maharaj's website, the local WhatsApp groups. We will definitely send out an email with the upcoming session. So you will certainly get an opportunity to speak and give your love to Guru Maharaj and share your offering. So please stay tuned and we'll have more details soon. Next, we will have Mother Kalpataru, who is, so much I could say about her. I'm actually, my parents and Mother Kalpataru are neighbors. And so, she's like a mother to me, but also like a senior, and she's my senior god sister, and she's so exemplary in her service to Guru Maharaj. I mean, she's known for her cooking. I mean, she's like an amazing cook, and she takes so much time in making the meals that she makes for Guru Maharaj perfect. And she's actually also prepared something for you today. So I'm gonna now ask for Mother Kalpataru to please give your offering. There you are. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Jnanam Timram Dhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuru Militam Yenam Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. Happy Vyasa Puja, Guru Maharaj. On this auspicious day, I pray to Shri Shri Radha Nila Madhav for your good health and a long life. Guru Maharaj, many years back, once during Sadhu Sangha, I was taking care of your meals, cooking for you. And one of the god sisters wanted to help me in the kitchen. And you said, no, you should go and attend the program. And she pleaded to you that, oh, Guru Maharaj, I serve everybody, but I never get to serve you. How will I serve you? And then you replied, the best way you can serve me is chant nicely and go back to Godhead. And that incident made me realize that the way I can really please you is to focus on my chanting and make the chanting my number one priority. So I have been working on it still. Guru Maharaj, please bless me that I can develop some taste for the holy name. And, you write in watering the seed, you write that, so by sincerely chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna is satisfied, and by Krishna's pleasure and mercy, we are successful in all respects. This was Srila Prabhupada's mood, his conviction. So we should give ourselves fully to that process, to pleasing Krishna by our chanting. And I have seen that whenever devotees, people come to you with issues and problems, you always, among other advice, you always will encourage them to take shelter of the holy name. So you are, you have so much faith in the holy name. We have been so fortunate and blessed to have Guru Maharaj's association every morning during his japa session. And, by attending his morning program of chanting and Nashinga prayer and Vaishnava Pranam, I feel spiritually surcharged. Recently, I came across this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam. It says, Prasangam ajaram pasham atmana kavayo vidu sa eva sadhushu katpito mokshadwaram apavritam. Every learned man knows very well that attachment for the material is the greatest entanglement of the spirit soul. But that same attachment, when applied to the self-realized devotees, opens the door of liberation. Guru Maharaj, I pray for your mercy that I may develop strong attachment for your lotus feet and get the opportunities to serve them eternally. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Guru Maharaj. I'm so grateful that you are my spiritual master. Hare Krishna. And since, I cannot express with the words, but I do a little better job with cooking. So maybe, what I like to really express my feeling through, few things I made. I made a Chinese meal for you, Chinese lunch. And since you were going to be here anyway, but unfortunately, we couldn't do that, but I made something. So please enjoy. So first of all, here is lime and mint drink. And here is wonton soup. And here is Manchurian, cauliflower Manchurian. And here is steamed buns. And here is Chinese lollipop, which is not sweet, it's salty. And here is, broccoli paneer and fried rice, bok choy with toasted walnuts. And here is your favorite chow mein. And also, actually, here your table is actually all set with the menu and salt and lime and everything. And I made Chinese fortune cookies, and my husband is here to help, take the message out. Let's see what the secret message is. First, he would like to say Hare Krishna, I think.
So Hare Krishna, Maharaj.
Hare
So here, this one.
All hands.
Okay, here the message is saying actually, you will travel to Vrindavan next year. Jai. So much, Guru Maharaj, for your time. You have been, that's amazing, so many, many long hours. I feel, thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Giriraj Maharaj, Dandvat Pranam. I just wanted to say that we miss you in Houston. And I miss your wonderful smile. And from the bottom of my heart, I love you.
Thank you very much for that very touching expression of your love and feelings of separation. Yeah, I miss you too. I remember, I better not speak. I'll say this one. I'll just say this one. I think the first time I met the two of you was at a japa retreat with Satchidananda Swami. And Gaurachandra, you introduced yourself, disciple of Tamal Krishna Goswami. I think you were living in Oklahoma then. And then you introduced your wife. And I asked about her, and you said she's not initiated yet, but she will be very soon, which seemed to be some sort of prophetic statement of yours, and I've always kept that in my mind. So it must be due to your desire that she's initiated now. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Mother Kalpataru. That was amazing. That was so nice, and just shows your amazing devotion to Guru Maharaj. That's so inspiring and so just wonderful. Next we have Karunya, who is the sweet son of Kishori Radha and Gurunavatar Prabhu. And so Karunya, I will now ask for you to please give your offering. Kishore Radha and Gurunavatar Prabhu, if you could share your video and unmute yourself, please go ahead.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, are you able to see us?
There you are, yes, yes.
Translation. The pure devotee is always within the core of my heart, and I am always in the heart of the pure devotee. My devotees do not know anything else but me, and I do not know anyone else but them. Offering. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace, Guru Maharaj. All glories to his divine grace. Is a Bhakti Nanda Prabhupada. Hare Guru Maharaj's Guru Maharaj is Krishna is in Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. That was so sweet of you, Karunya. Thank you. And the last thing that we have before we request Guru Maharaj to speak is a video that Gopi Gita helped put together, which is a compilation of the students at TKG Academy. And so we'll show that now.
Hare Krishna, dear Giriraj Swami, on behalf of all of the teachers, all of the staff, all of the parents, and all of the students at TKG Academy, Srila Prabhupada's very first school at Kavachandji Dham, we wish you a very, very happy birthday and happy Vyasa Puja celebration.
Thank you. Happy birthday. I remember chanting japa with you.
Thank you, and I remember you coming to my house in Arizona for the home programs. Happy birthday.
Happy Vyasa Puja Maharaj. It's really nice to be able to greet you, even if it's in this way. Thank you for all your contributions to our Gurukul and for the things we remember most about you. For me, it's your gentle nature and your kindness and the sweetness of your smile. Hare Krishna.
Maharaj, we're in session now at TKG Academy for 3 weeks following really strict COVID guidelines, masking and social distancing. We're also excited to share with you that the phase 2 expansion that we approached you about a year ago is now complete. And this gave us a rejuvenated, renovated spaces at the Krishna House campus, the old building you can see with the blue paint and all the new playground equipment. And we really wanted to express our gratitude to you. Fifth grader Vara is discovering a microscope for the first time as she investigates cells. Kindergartner Kairava is counting her numbers to 10. Devaki, who's now in 3rd grade, is practicing her multiplication through Montessori skip counting 3, 6, 9, and high schooler Nitai Pran is beginning his calculus course as part of the dual enrollment program with the community colleges. As we look at all of these moments, we remember that whether we add or multiply or count, we will never be able to count your innumerable qualities because Sakshat Haritvena, because you're a direct representative of the spiritual world and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, your qualities are just like theirs. Here, 2nd grader Aradhya puts together the United States in her states study, and 7th grader Janardhan finishes his solar systems project. Today, we are feeling so grateful that we get to join the devotees all around the United States in their glorification of you. And this entire month, all of the devotees around the world in their glorification and service to you, as well as we know that there are jivas all throughout the 3 worlds, Edayash Gushuk Tribhuvana, that your qualities and your glories are spread all over the 3 worlds. We are so fortunate to be able to serve you and to please you and please Srila Prabhupada and hopefully please the Supreme Personality of Godhead with every single one of these moments of service at TGG.
It was so inspiring hearing from the children and seeing them learn and also enjoy the playground. It's like really sweet and touching. And yeah, I'm very grateful to Gopi Gita for putting together the presentation, and to her and Nitya Kishori especially for making the school so progressive and productive, spiritually and academically. Yeah.
Ramarj, in watching that video, I was just thinking that you have such a big heart, and it's really inconceivable how far like your heart and your love can expand to give so many of us around the world your shelter and your love. And we can't thank you enough for just being here with us for so many hours. Not just today, but for so many weekends now, and we still have more to go. And so thank you. We love you so much. And before we end here today, we request you to please speak to all of us and share a few words.
Om Gyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chaksun Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Sri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Tadati Swapadantikam Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine Panchakalpa Trubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Devacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivas Adi Gaur Bhaktarinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I thank you all for participating in this gathering. It was really touching and moving and humbling to hear all the appreciations. It's described that the chances of coming in touch with a bona fide spiritual master, and I'm speaking about this in relation to my coming in touch with Srila Prabhupada, is like a frog in the ocean. And in the ocean, there's one raft, wooden platform. And in that raft, there's a hole. And so the chances of coming in touch with a bona fide spiritual master are like the chances of that frog in the ocean coming under that raft and then coming up through that hole. It was very rare. In ISKCON, of course, there's so many devotees who have found Srila Prabhupada and his representatives. But if you take the totality of human beings, and even beyond that, the totality of living entities, it's so rare to actually get the shelter of a bona fide spiritual master. And, by doing so, with Srila Prabhupada, obviously my life was completely transformed. And then through his mercy, I have so many wonderful God brothers and God sisters, and now God nephews and God nieces. And as we mentioned earlier, Srila Prabhupada had said that we'll have another ISKCON in the spiritual sky. Actually, the full quotation was not mentioned, but I will say it. Basically, Srila Prabhupada had a very nice disciple named Tusta Krishna. And Tusta Krishna had been a follower of Sai in Hawaii. Sai was like a devotee. He had never met Srila Prabhupada, but he he was engaging his followers. He had many followers. He was engaging them in chanting Hare Krishna and following the process of bhakti yoga. And then after some time, Sai and all of his followers and our Urvasi Dasi, who spoke earlier, she was also one of Sai's followers in Hawaii. So Sai and all of his followers, they came and surrendered to Srila Prabhupada and took initiation from Srila Prabhupada. And so one of them was this Tusta Krishna. And Tusta Krishna wrote a letter to Srila Prabhupada in which he was speaking about Sai. Actually, at that time, he was initiated by Prabhupada, so his name was Siddha Swarup, that he was a pure devotee. And Srila Prabhupada wrote back. In fact, I think it's such an important letter. I should read it, and it's in it's in the Jew book. So I'm looking at the Jew book file. Huh. I don't know, I'm not finding it. But I will, because it's very important.
Rashwani said you should take your chat. She sent the extract to you.
Oh.
Chat on the phone.
Okay. So, this Mr. Krishna had written Srila Prabhupada asking about pure devotees. And Prabhupada wrote back, we advise everyone to address one another as Prabhu. Prabhu means master. So how the master should be disobeyed. Others, they are also pure devotees. All of my disciples are pure devotees. Anyone sincerely serving the spiritual master is a pure devotee. It may be Siddha Swarup or others, not Siddha Swarup. This must be very clearly stated. It is not only that your Siddha Swarup is a pure devotee and not others. Do not try to make a faction. Siddha Swarup is a good soul, but others should not be misled. Anyone who is surrendered to the spiritual master is a pure devotee. It doesn't matter if Siddha Swarup or non-Siddha Swarup. Amongst ourselves, one should respect others as Prabhu, one another. So I think that will give me enough to be able to find the full quotation, because it leads up to a very good conclusion.
પ્રભુ વાત કહે છે કે બધાને પ્રભુ જે કહીને એડ્રેસ કરવો જોઈએ, because there are.
Oh, I see what the problem was. Okay, so now I got it. We're coming to the punchline now. Amongst ourselves, we should respect others as Prabhu, master one another. As soon as we distinguish, here is a pure devotee, here is a non-pure devotee, that means I am a nonsense. Why do you want to be in the spiritual sky with Siddha Swarup? Why not all? If Siddha Swarup can go, why not everyone? Siddha Swarup will go, you will go, Sham Sundar, who was the GBC then. Siddha Swarup will go, you will go, Sham Sundar will go, all others will go. We will have another ISKCON there. Of course, Mr. Nair must stay. And the reason Srila Prabhupada mentioned that especially is because Tushta Krishna Prabhu was the first devotee to meet Mr. Nair. So yes, we have these relationships and they are eternal. our relationship with Srila Prabhupada is eternal, and consequently our relationships with each other are eternal. And so we should, if we don't already, but we should appreciate each other because we're going to be with each other for a long time, for eternity. And so we should develop that nice appreciation for devotees, as so many of you have exhibited in today's gathering, in relation to me, and to a large extent in relation to one another as well. So yeah, I'm very humbled and touched by your appreciations, and I hope to serve more and better, and based on your many requests and prayers for a longer time. And yes, thank you. Thank you again. And those who didn't get a chance to speak, who want to speak, there will be other opportunities. And I look forward to hearing from you then. So yeah, maybe I don't know if there's anything else to follow, but otherwise I would suggest that we end with Vaishnav Pranam.
Yes, Guru Maharaj, we have a couple more things.
All right, so we'll do that and then we'll end with Vaishnav Pranam.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Guru Maharaj. Before we end, we have a cake for you. Radhapriya Mataji made a cake, and I can only imagine how amazing it is. But I hear it's there with you or there at your ashram, and so we will now offer that cake to you at this time.
Oh my gosh. It's a real cake.
Yeah.
You have to look it up. It's in the shape of a heart. It says happy birthday. It's pink and it has heart-shaped strawberries and one candle, a golden candle. Thank you, Radhapriya and Apsara and Abhay. I saw that you were waiting patiently through all the offerings.
I'm waiting also.
Maharaj, I'm only a half an hour away.
I'm 2,000 miles. How am I going to get there?
We'll FedEx you some of the cake.
Fax it.
I'll fax it. That's better. Yeah, I'll send it as an attachment. I'm going to be very attached to it.
I'm telling you, I'm very attached.
So we make a wish, Guru Maharaj, and we'll cut you a
Okay. Okay, I made my wish.
Did you make a wish?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, make an extra one for me.
Well, you were included in the last one.
Oh, okay.
But not by name. This time I. Okay, now you're included by name. Actually, I better include Radha Priya and Abhay and Apsara by name too. Okay. But I have to put the candle out first.
Can we sing happy birthday?
Kunti says it's too late.
Haribo!
Haribo!
Well, if you want to, I guess you can. I mean, how long could it take?
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Guru Maharaj. Happy birthday to you.
Hey, handsome.
Haribo.
Haribo. Thank you.
360-degree darshan of the piece of cake.
It's not just a piece of cake, it's devotion in the form of a cake.
Baby.
It's love masquerading as a cake. Good too.
Thank you so much, Radha Priya, Mataji, and all the devotees there in Carpinteria that have arranged for this. I'll just mention here, I don't think we can thank them enough, but Mother Kunti and Bhaktadas Prabhu and Mother Ganga that have just tirelessly been serving Guru Maharaj so nicely, keeping him safe and healthy and so wonderfully serving him there in Carpinteria. So we're so indebted to you all. Thank you so much. So if you all have your flower petals ready, we'll now shower Guru Maharaj with flower petals before we end here today. So if you want to go ahead, if everyone can go ahead and unmute themselves and wish Guru Maharaj and shower your flower petals at this time. His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj.
Haribol.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Haribol.
Haribol, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare
Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Guru Maharaj.
You going now?
Hare Krishna, Chaitanya Chandra.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
Hare Bol, Hare Krishna.
Rupa.
Huh?
Why?
Sorry? There's
Jai Guru Maharaj, Jai Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Gopa, got a big beard.
Yeah, no. Babaji.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Oh, there they are. Yeah,
There's Giridhari.
Oh,
How old is Giridhari?
8 months.
8 months.
8 months.
I thought my computer froze for a second
He
because
might be the youngest participant in today's.
He took a nap in between, but he was here. He took a nap in between, but he was here the whole time.
So, Guru Maharaj, thank you all so much once again for joining us. This is so wonderful and so many devotees from around the world. It's just amazing. So we'll ask Guru Maharaj now to please lead us in Vaishnava Pranams before we end the session today.
Let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who are just like desire trees, who can fulfill the desires of everyone and are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Chakalpatrubhyascha kripa sindhubhe vacha patitanam avadibhyo namo namaha. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai.
Jai. His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki.
Jai.
Haribo.
Haribo.